What is time? Is it a tangible thing that you can hold in your hands? Or is it a fleeting thing that teases you as it moves past, reminding you that while you may stop, it never does? Time is a thing that motivates us to go further, to go faster than the next guy, to dream bigger and to work harder. Time is a voice in our head that tells us we can't stop. It's the whisper in the background that reminds us we're only as good as our last win. Time doesn't ask if you're done training. Time doesn't care if you're done playing. Time doesn't recognise the off-season, the empty seats or ticket sales. Time doesn't know if you are a rookie, a seasoned star, a fair-weather fan or a die-hard. All time knows is that it never stops. So neither do we. Football never stops. This is the Audi Quattro Cup live on Red Bull TV. Welcome along to Salzburg. We're in the Red Bull Arena for a four-way tournament. 4 teams from the best leagues across Europe. We have Premier League Southampton, and from La Liga we have Valencia, all the way from the Bundesliga, Werder Bremen, and of course the hosts and Austrian champions, Valencia. And joining me pitchside for the rest of the tournament, throughout it, I'm glad to say is Stefan Freund, a European champion. And Stefan, you've plied your trade across the German leagues, also the Premier League at Tottenham for 5 years, and you've just actually left because you were the technical coordinator at Tottenham, but you're going to be a TV pundit.
Exactly, so it starts today and then we'll work for RTL, exactly.
And what about coaching? Because I know that you were very keen, you've got your pro license, right? Is that something you're going to pursue?
Yes, that's of course my dream, that I have the chance to work for which club ever, in Germany or maybe in England as a sports director or as a head coach. Would be good.
Maybe the head coach of Tottenham.
You never know.
Well, let's talk about this tournament. We've already got the players out on the pitch. We've got the Red Bull Salzburg players, and they're taking on Werder Bremen, which are down at the other end of the pitch. But this is a slightly different tournament because it lasts 45 minutes, while the game does. So how are the teams going to approach that? It's going to be much more fast-paced. There's no half-time.
Yeah, the coaches knows that all the players can play 45 minutes, so that maybe you split the team. One game with the first 11 and one game with the second 11. And for Red Bull Salzburg is a different tournament because they are the home side and they play next week in a cup game. So it's a really important tournament for them. And for Werder Bremen, example, is maybe more difficult to play well today because they're in the middle of the preseason.
So in a way, Red Bull Salzburg should be the fittest team.
Exactly.
And it's sort of the best, right?
Yes, and that's what I think as a coach too, that today is the moment that Red Bull Salzburg have to perform well. And that's what they did in the past too. They have beaten Bayern Munich in the preseason. They have beaten Arsenal in the past in the preseason. So they're a little bit more fitter than most of the teams.
They're a bit like a cup team, I'd say, Red Bull Salzburg. Exactly. So let's take a look at who is playing who and what this tournament's all about then. So we're going to kick off at around 4 o'clock, where you can see it's Red Bull Salzburg taking on Werder Bremen from the Bundesliga. The semi-final 2, and that's what we've called them, is Valencia, obviously 6-time champions of La Liga, and Southampton, who had their best finish in the Premier League in 7th. Then we're going to have a kind of third place match, that's what we're going to call it, at 6:15. And then the grand final at 7:15. Who will be there and who will be crowned the Quattro Cup champions? Joining me down here pitchside, Jochen. You've just magically managed to come in, the magic of TV. So Jochen, sir, thank you very much for joining us, Managing Director of Salzburg. Jochen, firstly, how impressed are you with the atmosphere so far? And there's so many fans coming in already. I've been just outside the stadium and they're still hanging around, enjoying the atmosphere.
No, we are very happy. We are hosting this tournament for the first time, so it's always a bit unsure how it works, but we are very happy with the crowd, and hopefully we are having 15,000 fans in the stadium today, and for a friendly tournament in the pre-season, it's a very good number for us, so we're very happy.
Are you expecting fans from all over Europe? Because I caught a plane from London yesterday and I saw loads of Southampton fans.
Yeah, I think here in Salzburg, around Salzburg in Austria, it's a very good spot for a lot of European top teams to to hold their pre-season preparation, and so there are a lot of teams in Austria, a lot of fans, and so it's a very international crowd today.
And what does it mean for you? You're the managing director of Red Bull Salzburg. You know, Red Bull Salzburg, they're doing amazing in Austria, Austrian champions, they've got the double, but what's it mean to play European teams with the likes of Valencia?
No, it's an honor for us, and it's very important to present our supporters and our fans top European football. You know, those three teams representing the biggest and the most famous leagues in Europe, and so it's an honor for us as a club and an honor for our fans to have a tournament like this, and especially coming up with the Champions League qualification for us in about 2 weeks. It's also very important for us to have a preparation for this international level.
So it's all about Europe now. The Austrian champions, they did the double again this year, winning the Cup and the domestic league. They've got a new manager, so now it's time for a new era.
Salzburg, host city of the Audi Quattro Cup and home of FC Red Bull Salzburg. The hosts have a new man at the helm. Peter Zeidler was announced 3 weeks ago and urgently wants to hammer home the club's ambition to harness and develop young players. A domestic league and cup double last season offers him the perfect foundations to repeat on-field success while creating a new team spirit.
It's the beginning of the preparation, and now there are great games in this week against English teams, against Spanish teams. So I'm very satisfied with the team, with the new players, and especially with the integration of our new players.
A revolving door has been operating all summer with 8 new signings to offset the departure of 9 players. But one constant remains: team captain Jonathan Soriano, Austrian Bundesliga's top scorer for the past 2 seasons.
Wir wollen in Champions, aber trotzdem.
We want to play Champions League. We want to play in an international league. I think with Salzburg, with Red Bull, it's possible, and we've made some good changes to achieve this.
Ich hoffe und ich finde, mit dieser Mannschaft können wir machen.
Soriano and Seidler know what is required from their squad. Retaining home honours remains key, but progression amongst Europe's elite is how the new-look Salzburg will be truly judged, and that starts today.
So it's a new look Salzburg with a new manager. Jochen, what's the thoughts amongst the club and amongst the fans of the new manager, Peter Zeidler?
Yeah, we have a very good impression in the beginning, but this is not surprising for us because we know the coach for about 3 years. He's working for our second team as a coach the last 3 years, and for us it was a logical decision to sign him as the coach for our first team. And the last 2 weeks in the preparation, they worked very well. The team is happy, and we are very happy with this decision.
So it's important almost to have somebody who's very familiar with the team, and rather than looking elsewhere. You said that he works with the reserve team for a long time, so he's been coaching a lot of the younger players. Is he familiar with a lot of the players in the squad now, because you're hoping to promote from below, almost developing young players?
Yeah, some of them. For us in a club in a comparable small league in Europe, it's very important to develop players because we cannot attract the big players from the big leagues. So we want to develop players, and we have a lot of young players in the team. He knows some of them, and this is really an advantage for him and for the team as well.
Stefan, what's your thoughts of Peter Zeidler? I saw him in the press conference yesterday, and he seemed in great spirits, but he said he was a little bit nervous because this is his first, although you've had pre-season, this is his first major kind of match before the season starts.
No, I spoke with him a few minutes in the tunnel, and he's really relaxed. I think it's a great chance for him to work for Red Bull Salzburg. It's a fantastic option as a coach to lead one of the best teams in Austria and still have a partnership with Red Bull Leipzig and perform and maybe send in the end the best players over to Leipzig. That's the philosophy of the club, and that works so far really well.
Well, let's hear from the man himself. What bring is with Peter Zeidler.
Peter, thank you very much talking English to us. It's the last big test before your season kicks off next week. So a lot of people will ask, will we see your starting 11 for the season today?
I don't think it will be our starting 11. Unfortunately, yesterday in the evening there was a little injury of Miranda, our central defender. But we will see 20 players and also two goalkeepers, so we can say all our players today on the pitch.
So a last test for you as well to see at the players. But I'm sure one thing which will remain is the style of Salzburg. The Red Bulls were always trying to play aggressively, press forward. Is that correct? Will you continue to play that way?
Yes, in the last 2 years we have seen this style of playing forward, try to get back the ball very high on the pitch, playing with 2 touches if it's possible. Yes, we have our special style of football here in Salzburg. We want to improve it this season, but first of all we want to win, if it's possible, all our games.
Looking forward to it. Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great there to hear from Peter Seidler, but take a look at what's going on behind you guys. We've just had some divers come straight in and they're delivering the match ball. They got a fantastic round of applause. It's really bigging up the atmosphere now, and all the party, rather than just being about football, a lot of entertainment going on around, and look at the smile on their faces. Let's go back to the football though, and how important is this for Red Bull?
Yeah, as I said, we are competing in a comparable small league here in Austria, and but on the other side have our target to play on a European level, best in the Champions League. A tournament like this and teams like this here in Salzburg is very important for us to prepare for the next level, or for the European level, and that's why we are very happy to have this tournament here. And with 1 week to go in the preparation, it's a good test for us.
It'll be very fit. So what will you be looking out for when you're watching? Your own personal thing, what will you be looking out for with the team? What do you want to see and hope has been improved?
You know, we want to see that the team plays our style of football. This is important right now. They have 2 weeks of training behind them, and what we want to see is our football, our style of football on this level with European top teams, and then to be prepared for the official and the regular round.
Well, best of luck for today and also for the rest of the season. Thank you, Jochen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at the team that Salzburg are taking on. They're obviously from the Bundesliga, Werder Bremen. We've seen them on the European stage in the early 90s. Then they had a little blip, but it's a former player from Werder Bremen that's put them back on the map.
Werder Bremen have been a mainstay of the German Bundesliga since 1981. Former player Viktor Skripnik knows all about making this great name successful, helping to bring them their last league title and the DFB Cup in 2004. After a decade as youth coach, his legend in green and white was completed when he took over the first team in October 2014. He approved an inspired appointment and signalled a spectacular recovery as a struggling young team climbed from the bottom of the Bundesliga to finish a comfortable 10th. Such was the momentum that many predict Bremen are back and asking how much higher they can climb in the season ahead. We have a lot of young players in the team. They never played against big teams like Valencia, Southampton or Red Bull. That's international experience that every coach wants, that the young player tries to show their best soccer, and that's what we will do. Werder Bremen are an attractive club for young, talented players, with Anthony Uja a prime example. He turned down good offers from Russia and China to continue his development in the German Bundesliga.
I've developed a lot the last few years. Like you said, I want to take the next step. That's why I came here, because I see this team as a very big team here in Germany, and it's well known all over the world as well. So it's an honor for me to be here. It's an honor for me to wear this green shirt to play for this team. So I'm really looking forward to the team.
Potential is the buzzword associated with Werder Bremen right now. Players such as Uja and his Argentine teammate Franco Di Santo are aiming high, and what better way to start than by lifting the Audi Quattro Cup.
So what a great signing Anthony Uja has been then for Werder Bremen. We can see that their teams are about to come out, so not long to the action. All the mascots and the great young people as well from Red Bull Salzburg. Let's have a word about Werder Bremen. What do you think of Anthony Uja as a signing, but also the fact that we're going to see him partner Franco Di Santo, which everybody everybody's talking about it as a fantastic strike partnership.
Yeah, that will be a good partnership today. It's the first time, and he played really well at Cologne last season, and is the most important signing for Werder Bremen. And let's see how he performs, because Selke left the club to Red Bull Leipzig.
Very quickly, there has been an injury in the warm-up. Clemens Fritz, the captain, German international, extremely important.
Yeah, it's a big loss for the team, because he's the leader. He organizes everything. So I think it's a big loss for them.
A huge loss for them. Well, let's go straight to the action then. Red Bull Salzburg taking on the Bundesliga. Werder Bremen, the teams are just coming out. So let's head to your commentator, Gary Preston.
Let's take in at the moment all this atmosphere that we have here. Quite a few supporters you can see from all around the world, and there's a whole host of supporters joined in around the world in the globe of football. Welcome here to Salzburg here this afternoon. The Audi Quattro Cup, that is the cup that is up for grabs here this afternoon on this very sunny, hot day. It is scorching, as you can see here for yourselves, and particularly where we are as well in our commentator cabins. I don't know what the temperature is at the moment, but I tell you what, I could do with some of that Red Bull as well. So here at this stadium, it's the pre-season invitational friendly. And how friendly the two sides are going to be, we shall find out. We certainly just found out before from our lovely commentator on the pitch side that Clemens Fritz has just injured himself before the start of the game for Werder Bremen. Our first game will be from the host themselves, Red Bull Salzburg, facing Werder Bremen. Two teams called the Bundesliga out of Austria with the champions Red Bull, and they'll be facing the team out of the German Bundesliga, who finished 10th last season. Now, who's going to be playing for Clemens Fritz after that injury just a few minutes ago? We don't know at the moment. One thing is for sure, we're going to find out. Taking you through the next 45 minutes. That's the way this competition is. It's not a full 90 minutes game. It's 45 minutes to find out who goes through to the final. Host Red Bull Salzburg and the visitors in green, Werder Bremen. Still having some work done to his right ankle there, Clemens Fritz. That is a huge blow for him. Clemens Fritz, the captain of Werder Bremen, 34 years of age now. Whether he can continue or not, I'm not quite certain. He is walking. And that will be worth getting him onto the pitch for the starting 11 or not, I don't know. We shall find out. He's a gritty character, Clemens Fritz, and if he wants to play here this afternoon, the captain of his team, so he has, in actual fact, recovered, he will certainly do so. The captain on the other side is Jonathan Soriano, the Spaniard and 29-year-old best goal-getter in Austria for the last couple of years. And we have the referee, Christopher Jäger, and the two assistants, Roland Riedel and Andreas Staudinger. And it does look as though Clemens Fritz has managed to get himself back into the starting 11 here, which is rather a surprise. 1 second we had that feeling, didn't make it. Showing the true grit of a true professional. So it's 45 minutes, one way. If then it is 1-1, 2-2, 5-5, or simply a 0-0, we shall have a penalty shootout, and that will be a sudden death penalty. Meaning the first team who scores If their opponents don't, they're out. Not out for the count, because there will be, of course, later as well, a second game for one of these two teams, playing for the mini final, or the second final, or the small final. You can call it what you will. This is the semi-final of the first game. From left to right, it's Red Bull Salzburg, and in the green, from right to left, we have Werder Bremen from the Bundesliga. Work from Valencia. On the right-hand side, this is Stefan Leiner, the 22-year-old new signing. A decent cross forward, and the first big chance here. A very early start here by Red Bull Salzburg. That's an Austrian, Zlatko Junusovic, the 27-year-old best free kick specialist out of the Bundesliga. Excellent work here by Stefan Leiner. It's a goal kick for the Werder Bremen team. That is Felix Wiedwald. This is Gebre Selassie, Theodore Gebre Selassie, the Czech international who has his roots in Ethiopia, the big man with the number 23. Alongside of him in the Werder Bremen defence, it's Leukemia, Alejandro Galvez and Luka Zander. Quattro Cup 2015, already 1.5 minutes into the game. That's a big scare. It's for the visitors. Yeah, Red Bulls, border of the world in Salzburg. You can't quite see here, just outside the stadium, on the beautiful mountains backdrop here to a tremendous stadium that was built in 2008 for the European Championships. It does hold, I think, a capacity of around about 35,000. Due to the heat here this afternoon, maybe not quite as many as we were anticipating. There's Fritz. Looks as though he's fit enough in the heat of Salzburg. Now throwing for Leiner. Intercepted nicely by Junusovic, but won back by another new signing here. It's Ray Yabo with the number 7, the German Congolese, who's just arrived on a free from Karlsruhe just a short time ago. 21 games for Karlsruhe, 5 goals as well in Division 2. In the German second tier. Junusovic heavily involved up front with the number 9 is Franco Di Santo chasing that ball down, but good work from another new signing arrived in January with the number 5. Duje Janeta Tsar, 18 years of age. Decent character. In actual fact, if you take a look at the starting 11 here from Red Bull Salzburg, it's a very young squad indeed. The oldest man on the pitch is the goalkeeper, Alexander Valka, 32. So again, another good move, and once again, Stefan Leiner involved. The cross forward, just outside of the D, as Werder Bremen trying to use their opportunity. minutes into the game. It's still 0-0. The question is for Ireland. Finishing 10th, as I mentioned at the start of the game, in the Bundesliga last season. It was, in actual fact, the best position they've had in the German top flight in the last 5 years. This throw-in. To tell you as well, if they had actually won the last match in Dortmund on match day 34, which they did lose narrowly by 3-2, they would have reached the Europa League. As the Bundesliga was in Germany. So throw in. This is Garcia with the number 20, a young Switzerland under-19, another new player for Werder Bremen, doing a lot of work down that left wing so far as left back. Fritz. This ball, the referee had no other alternative. That is a free kick for Werder Bremen. The interception here from the former Karlsruhe player, Ray Yabo. Searching ball again, it's Liner who's involved. Mino, when he was coming forward here, the 20-year-old down the 19-year-old Garcia. These games friendlies, but up to now, you can see that these two sides want to get through to the final. They do. Facing either Southampton or Valencia. That's what we have coming your way here this afternoon. Break the chance here, maybe. Good powerful run in the centre. Franco De Santo. Excellent work by Anthony Ujak. Good goalkeeping too by Valga. Salzburg were knocked out of the Europa League last time out after the group stage by the Spanish giants Villarreal. 2005, that's when this team, you could say, started. Red Bull Salzburg, formerly known as Casino Austria Salzburg, themselves once reached the European Cup, narrowly knocked out in 1994. Inter Milan. Since Red Bull have taken over here, this stadium has done the power of good as well. In the last 10 years, they have never finished lower than second in the Austrian top flight, taking the title 6 times. Goalkeeper who has a great opportunity to become the #1 at Werder Bremen. Pass from De Santo. The line takes it away from his compatriot Philip Bargfreder, and that was a mistake just offside here, signalised by the referee's assistant. Otherwise, maybe Salzburg would have been on for a break there. Narrowly offside. Ago, scooped away, hopefully. Quattro. Alexander Valka's the man who's there. And so far, really, you can say that the Greens of Werder Bremen haven't really threatened that much at the moment. And you see this one at home, but Red Bull Salzburg looking very determined with their home crowd right behind them all the way. And from Yabo. 1-2, neatly done. Conrad Lima, the 27, just lost that one at the wrong time. Powerful run here by Clemens Fritz, the skipper. Santos boot getting in the way of the Salzburg midfield. Picked up again now here by Red Bull. Clever idea, we come on for the first goal, and it's just been intercepted by the keeper. Somehow, Felix Bielefeld scraping that one away. Takumi Minamino, the Japan under-22. Not in an offside position, it was a brilliant flick forward by Lima. And that came so close. Just the right toe for Felix Bielefeld, keeping it at 0-0. Anthony Sharp laid off nicely. This is the chance for Werder Bremen. And that was a striker foul by Franco Di Santo with a cheeky grin on his face at the same time. After some good hard work from Theodore Kepri Selassie down the right wing. And that was easy pass through. Di Santo, the 26-year-old Argentine, best goal scorer for Werder Bremen. This season scoring 13 in his 26 appearances in the Germany top flight. Olmo's got him back again. Maybe the pass just a little too loose. This is the head coach, 52-year-old German who took over on July the 1st, just a few days ago. Peter Seidler, 52-year-old head coach from Salzburg. He's basically getting to know his players at the moment. These tournaments are so important for the managers and head coaches around the world. And this is certainly a very interesting cup to have here, the Audi Quattro Cup 2015. It is the first one. And there is Skripnik, the sitting in the dugout. Skripnik, the 45-year-old Ukrainian. And you'll see this in a moment because Minamino again causing problems in the centre. Somehow they can't get it through. Perfectly positioned. Soriano. And the flag comes up here for a foul that goes against the home supporters. Get a chance to see that one again. Again, it is Takumi Minamino who does so well, and the ball blocked in the nick of time. It looked as though it was going to go in, didn't it? So Soriano. Here the foul resulted in the free kick that's already been taken. Alexander with the number 19, by the way, the young Werder reserve player just joining the team in this summer. Getting the opportunity to prove himself normally as a left-back player today. The right-back appears to be his position, and this has got to be the opener, surely, and it is! All of a sudden, the position was there for Philipp Bargfreder. He's got a lethal right foot, he's got the quality and the composure to make it Red Bull Salzburg 0 and Werder Bremen 1. Just quarter of an hour played into this game. This is where Bargfreder intercepted the ball. The pass was brilliant, straight back to the right boot. Bargfreder, not the greatest goal scorer in the world. 1 goal scored last season in the Bundesliga. Just 4 all in all. Makes it 1-0. In the Audi Quattro Cup against Red Bull Salzburg on their home turf. Chance for the goalkeeper, Falcarini, in that position. And started the move, finished it off as well, Philipp Bargfreder. Here, the left move from Philipp Bargfreder, intercepted though here by Salzburg. We're trying to find some room down the wings, but again, work here from Werder Bremen, who appear to be rather wide awake now after that opening goal. Having said that, commentator opens up his mouth. Yabo chasing it down again. Into Egger. Andreas Ulmer. Players in the centre who might want to connect with this one, but again it's another green shirted player who clears. Alexandro Halaves, the Spaniard. Throw in for Salzburg. Fancy touch. Minamino. And the young Swiss 19-year-old international, and wearing the number 20, Ulises Garcia. So he wants to prove to his head coach Victor Skripnik here this afternoon that he should be in the starting lineup for the upcoming Bundesliga season, which starts very shortly. The German top flight on the 14th and 15th of August, which is not too far away, just around the corner. It's a great opportunity here for all the young players, I think, to prove to their managers or head coaches that they should be in there, not the big names. Maximilian Eggestein was tripped right in front of the referee's eyes, who had an excellent view of that one. Free kick position here for one of the best free kick specialists around, but for Slatko Junusovic, maybe a bit too far away to go directly for goal. He'll chip it forward and see who's there, and there was almost that chance here for Ujar to clip it in. Anthony Ujar, the 24-year-old new signing from Cologne, former Mainz player as well. so he knows he might have got goal number 2 there with a bit more composure. Discussions going on here in the dugout from the Salzburg players. Quite literally what we're talking about there, but I think that's about the new car. So, goalkeeper Alexander Valka. We decided there was a foul there from Leukemia. Salzburg take that one quickly. The crowd are suggesting as well there might have been a chance there for them at the moment, and just after that Werder Bremen have got all their players back again. Clemens Fritz. Work 2 from Lucas Sander. A loose ball has been picked up here. Werder Bremen look to be on for goal number 2. Oh, what a finish was that! Oh, a great goal. Brilliant stuff. Anthony Ujah just backs it in there with the back heel. No chance for the goalkeeper, Alexander Valka, and that really was a well worked out move. That's where Werder Bremen kept their composure on the halfway line. No offside, as you can see here for yourselves. A perfect pass. And then with the ball in, excellent work here from Zlatko Junusovic, the Austrian international, pinpoint accuracy. But what a finish there from Anthony Ujah. Well, we're seeing again and again, and we're going to see it. That's a great goal, a cheeky one, yes. Wiedwald will not be smiling, which I can. Just over halfway through this game, there's still a bit of time remaining here for Red Bull to bounce back into this match to see whether it's going to be with 2 goals scored. The chance for a penalty shootout. That's what they need at the moment. It's 2-0 for Werder Bremen. They've got a free kick opportunity here just outside of the area. Taken by the skipper Soriano. Here's Lars from the crowd. Some encouragement from the touchline from the head coach Peter Seidler. Let's watch again, not that far away, but right onto the top of the netting. I think that Victor Skripnik will feel a lot happier at the moment with the way things have been going. That was an opportunist goal, it was taken so well, but excellent quick thinking from Zlatko Junusovic. Got that move, starting off for Werder Bremen for that second strike. And I still can't get over what brilliant finish we saw there from Anthony Ujah. Free kick here for Werder Bremen. That's from Leukemia. Chance for the young man, Luca Zander. Been here since he was 11 years old, the young 19-year-old wearing the number 19. It took an older man to come in to help him there, maybe, the 26-year-old Spaniard Alejandro Alves. Santo. He's a powerful man, he's a big man too, 1m93, he's got strength, he can shield the ball, feeds it off from Junusovic. wants it back, gets it back. Di Santo chips it forward for maybe the next opportunity here for Werder Bremen. Also trying to prove himself here, the 18-year-old Maximilian Eggestein on your TV screen. Just extended his contract, by the way, through till 2018. Has a great future in front of him, I'm sure, and most certainly with Werder Bremen. You see that none of the two coaches have taken the opportunity to bring on any new players so far in this first battle of the Audi Quattro Cup. Both sides can actually change 3 players, 3 substitutes are allowed during the course of the complete match, which takes 45 minutes. Just in case you've just joined us here, Red Bull Salzburg out of Austria facing Werder Bremen out of the Bundesliga, and it is the team from Germany that are leading at the moment by 2-0. 45 minutes will be played, and Salzburg need 2 goals to take them through to maybe the opportunity of getting into the final against either Valencia or Southampton. Julicevic. Intercepted by Liner. The right back has been heavily involved in this game. Also Takumi Minamino, the man with the number 18, but it's the chance here for Garcia. Oh my goodness, well done! Ulysses Garcia. A young Swiss super talent, 19 years of age, and that was an opportunist goal. Okay, Red Bull Salzburg maybe just delivered that one on a plate to him, but he made quite sure on 27 minutes that was going to go all the way. The ball coming straight back after the first opportunity was supposed to be a pass. This is the pass. It comes straight back to him. Bit unfortunate, the mistake from Andreas Ulmer, but a fine finish by Ulysses Garcia, and it's Red Bull Salzburg 0 and Werder Bremen 3, and surely it's all over by the shouting. He's just crowned the first 28 minutes, Garcia, for his new club with a tremendous performance, and on top of that one, the 3rd goal for Werder Bremen. It is deserved as far as I'm concerned now at the moment, and maybe you'll agree as well. Red Bull, I think, started the game maybe on the front foot. They had the crowd right behind them, which they still are. Still another game for Red Bull to come, even if they do lose this one by 3-0. In the mini-final against the team that loses in the next round of football and action coming your way here. That will be between Valencia and between Southampton. So this time Marko Juricin, the 22-year-old Austrian. Yeah, maybe a bit unfortunate. It looked as though, certainly from that side where the crowd were, that maybe it wasn't offside. It was a good run by the new signing in January this year from Sturm Graz. So as a youngster in Germany, a former Hertha under-17 player out of Berlin. Capped twice by the Austrian international side. And at the age of 22, he is a very promising young man indeed. Just in that situation, a little unfortunate. again. Juricin. This looks to be promising. Surely. Well, the ball rebounces back away from Felix Wiedwald, and the referee has to give a penalty. With a smile on his face. It was intercepted, first of all, by Minamino. And, well, I think I'll go with the crowd. Let's watch again. Oh, but first of all, offside. That's why. Because it did look as though Felix Wiedwald had actually brought down the Red Bull striker and captain Soriano. The flag came up straight away because Soriano was in an offside position when the ball rebounded back off Felix Wiedwald. Header from Salasi. Chance and a pace from Di Santo. Look at that, the turn on the toe, but we can't quite curl it past the goalkeeper. But that was a great burst of speed here by Franco Di Santo. For a big man, a lot of pace indeed. Franco Di Santo, the leading Werder Bremen goal scorer in the Bundesliga last season. I'm pretty sure that his supporters way up in the north of Germany watching this one on television will be hoping for some more of those goals in the not too distant future. Schalke are the opponents, by the way, for Werder Bremen when the Bundesliga gets cracking on the Saturday the 15th of August on day one. Sounds like a cracking game. Salzburg have a cup game just coming around the corner. Is the new boy on the pitch here, Julian von Hake, 21 years of age, Bremen born, who just turned a professional not too long ago. He hasn't played any top flight games, but what a great stage here to prove yourself for your manager and head coach. Julian von Hake with the number 26. Ulysses Garcia with the number 20, the goal scorer. I think he's had a fantastic game left back, and you know what, I think he would love to stay and play here in every single match. They've got one coming their way, Werder Bremen, and it's going to be a final, the way things are looking at the moment. Unless Minamino that one away, which of course now has been answered. Goalkeeper Wiedwald is really having a decent game so far. A couple of good stops here by Felix Wiedwald so far. Throw in from Berisha, Valon Berisha, the Norwegian, who's born in Sweden. Now it gets complicated, doesn't it? Well, the opportunity was there for Takumi Minamino, straight onto the palms and gloves of Felix Wiedwald. Otherwise, maybe if they'd have scored at that stage of the game, who knows, another two. With the crowd right behind them here, the Red Bull Arena. Might have been the chance for Red Bull Salzburg here this afternoon. Fritz. Alejandro Alves very much in the right back position with a dangerous pass back to his goalkeeper, putting him under unnecessary pressure there. The ball's been lost in midfield as well by Janusovic, and it takes a shot way up in the air by, I think, Garcia to claim that, or was it Leukemia? Freda, that was a handball. again looking promising. Anthony Ujah has already got his name on the score sheet, giving Ulmer a hard time. Salzburg and the boys who come forward now. I think that Peter Seidler, the man who recently took over on July 21st, will have, of course, a lot of work on his hands for the upcoming games for the brand new season. Youngsters have been brought into the side. As we see here, Slatkan Junusovic, who comes off. One of the true greats in Austria, the Austrian-born international, and it's a young man called Grilic who's coming on. Florian Grilic. St. Polten, an Austrian international, has just been receiving the applause from the home crowd as well here. The young man who managed 9 goals in his 33 appearances last season in the regional league. But a huge talent, and he's been snapped up by Werder Bremen. He's now wearing the number 27. Garcia wanted support. That was the new boy who just lost the ball. Clever pass from Bikefreder. So too from Garcia. Again, it's Chaleta Char. Yabo. Good header from Palvez. Bikefreder. Just about everywhere at the moment, Philip Bikefreder. That was an excellent pass forward here, and again it's Werder Bremen on the break after the pass from Garcia, picked up nicely, threaded through for the next opportunity, deflected wickedly past the upright as Alexander Valk, I think, really happy to see that one go past. It was young man Florian Grilic, who we were talking about, who almost scores his first goal in green colours. Now for the corner. That was a good stop by Valka. He really had to get two strong hands behind that one. A powerful header indeed. It was the chance for Franco Di Santo after the corner. There's another one coming their way. In actual fact, was of course the big man Salasi. Chance number 2. Fritz. Under pressure, flick forward for the goalkeeper though to collect gleefully in his hands here. Werder Bremen looking quite sharp at times. I think that leading at this stage of the game by 3-0 does show the power of good. That was excellent work. Surely they've got to get a consolation goal here, and somehow they just can't break down the Werder Bremen defence. Oohs and ahs from the crowd. 5 minutes remaining. Yes, it is thirsty work here this afternoon, also for the supporters. Amazing temperatures here in the cabins as well, where we're commentating this one live around the globe, wherever you're watching this one. Every now and again, your commentator needs a drink of water here. hasn't put a foot wrong so far in this game. The referee, I think, was going to ignore that one for a second, but just a clash of heads. His head was hardest. Oh, the ball as well, and then straight onto the forehead of Yabo. As the man who came on before him almost scored his first goal in his new colours, Florian Grilic. Again, good pass from Bergfeder. The idea was there. Looks to be a foul. The referee agrees. I think we have to say so far it's not been one of those matches where the referee has to show a yellow card. It is what they call a friendly. If something like that exists in the world of football today, with the modern day gladiators, of course, wanting to score and win games, even in friendlies, not just have a good time. Either way, maybe. The referee has a better view maybe than we do from up here. Just to have a good view as well. Not quite sure the supporting at the moment. It is with just a few minutes remaining. Red Bull Salzburg 0, Werder Bremen 3. Audi Quattro Cup, the very first time that this has taken place, and here in the Red Bull Arena. Perfect venue with perfect weather. And as far as I'm concerned, maybe you'll agree, at the moment, after the first 42 minutes, we've seen an interesting competition. 3 goals scored by Bremen, 1 from Red Bull Salzburg. The crowd are hoping they might just change that, the players in white on the pitch. Ping-pong football here. The ball again arrives by Ulysses Garcia. Quite impressed with this young man here down the left-hand side, the 19-year-old. He started to move off again after the pass from Grilic. The next opportunity, spectacular stuff here. That goes in. That is goal of the tournament. I'll tell you that for nothing. That was a brilliant piece of footwork from the Argentine Franco Di Santo. One for the crowds and the grandstands, of course, but my goodness, just take a look at that. If that goes in, just maybe, what, 4 feet further to the right-hand side? I think we call it goal of the competition already. Still just 3-0. So we've got 30 seconds of normal time remaining in this game. There's no way that Red Bull from Salzburg can now bounce back into this one. They would have to score 3 goals in order to get through to a shoot-off from the penalty spots. And the referee, I think, will blow the whistle any second now. Amazing temperatures down at the bottom on that pitch. And that is goal number 4. It's Red Bull Salzburg 0, Werder Bremen 4, and now they are rubbing it in just a little bit. And yes, Franco Di Santo does get his goal, and he threatened just a couple of minutes beforehand. and the referee has decided bang on 45 minutes that that's it. Well, I think that has been a tremendous start here for the Audi Quattro Cup 2015, and maybe you will agree it's the 11th of July, local time, 4:45 at the moment, and we've got, in about 15 minutes' time, more games coming your way. Red Bull Salzburg lose at home on their home territory by 4-0 against the team from the Germany top flight, Werder Bremen. We have got some excellent games still to come your way, and FC Southampton is up next against Valencia. Until then, let's take a look at the tremendous goals scored here in the first game of this competition by Werder Bremen in the Audi Quattro Cup. Audi Quattro Cup coming. Again, don't go away.
Great weekend of sports here on Red Bull TV, and welcome back. We're pitchside. Still joining me is Stefan Freund. Stefan, even though it was 4-0 to Werder Bremen, Salzburg obviously very disappointed, but we thought it was a good game and there were some good chances. I think it was 5 chances to Salzburg, 7 to Werder Bremen, so it was better than Salzburg sitting beat deep.
Exactly, and Salzburg started really well. They created 2 good chances to go 1-0 up, but the 1-0 from Barkfrede to change the game, and then Werder Bremen was on top, and then you could see the quality of Uja and Di Santo up front, so it was a great game from both strikers.
Yeah, it was all Salzburg for the first 5 minutes, and you mentioned Anthony Uja there, the new striker from Cologne. We talked about him before they went out on the pitch, so let's hear from the man of the match himself. He's with Ronald Rank.
Yes, Anthony Uja, what a game it was. People say it's a friendly game, but it didn't look like a friendly game. You took it very seriously.
Yes, we were very prepared for this game. Salzburg is already far away in the preparations. They start very soon their league, so we're still on our way, but we're on a good way. So we knew what kind of opponent they are. You know, they're a very well-known team all over Europe. You know, and they're almost the champion here. So we have to be prepared. So yeah, at the end everything worked fine.
You have to tell us about that goal, your back heel goal behind your body. Honestly, have you practices every day at night at home secretly?
Actually, no. I made the run. I actually expected the ball earlier. It didn't come, but I didn't give up. I kept hoping. So I saw I was going a little bit off target, and then the only chance I could have was to put it in between my legs. So at the end, it worked out, and yeah.
Now a great goal. We hope to see more great goals from you. Thank you very much, Anthony Uja.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, Ronald. And great to hear from Anthony Uja. Before we take a look at the goals, which we'll do, and that fantastic Uja heel there, what do you think of his quality so far?
Great finish, I have to say. What a goal it was. And but his relationship with Di Santo already worked really well. Santo started on the left, then he came over to the right. Uja go back to the middle. So a lot of rotation in between both strikers, really good.
Yeah, there was much excitement before the match about that strike partnership. Very quickly, before we do look at the goals, is Di Santo going to stay there?
Hopefully, because he's the main striker. He makes the difference up front. And Uja give the coach Skripnik a lot of options. And Eggestein did really well behind the 2 strikers too today.
Well, Uja wasn't just all about the goals there. He made quite a few assists.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the first goal, which was a bar free, which completely changed the game. First 5 minutes, it was all Salzburg. Stefan, what did you think of Barkfrede set up and assisted by Uja?
Yeah, and a good pressing from Barkfrede and the 1-2 with Uja. And he's behind the back 4 and a great finish. That makes the difference, you know, when you can win the ball early back in midfield.
How much confidence did it give Werder Bremen to get that goal? Because the first 5 minutes, as I mentioned, we hardly even saw Werder Bremen.
Exactly, that's what they need, because Werder Bremen wasn't in the game, and Salzburg created 2 good chances to go one up.
All right, let's take a look at the second goal. We just heard from Anthony Uja, the new striker. He showed his class so far, so let's take a look at his goal.
That's a really good counter-attacking football. Eggestein on the ball, a great pass, again behind the back 4, or in that moment the back 3. and Junosevic is in, and a fantastic cross, and an even better finish from Uja because he was too close to the goal. And here you can see there's a great pass from Eggestein. There's no offside, and Junosevic is in. And we all know that he is the top man for assists in Werder Bremen squad.
Yeah, he is Mr. Assist, isn't he? Does this open questions or beg questions for the Salzburg defence?
Yes, but they play home, they try to go forward. They have to be careful on if they lose the ball. First goal in their own half, second half in the Werder Bremen half, and they don't look organized when they lose the ball.
Minamino, I was quite impressed with him. He had a couple of chances, were you?
Yes, and he was the most dangerous player on that side. Soriano had another chance, but overall, Werder Bremen deserved to win.
All right, let's take a look at the third goal. At this stage, it was 2-0. It was Garcia with this one.
Yeah. And great game from the left back, Garcia.
This was actually set up by Clemens Fritz, who we said was injured just before they went out on the pitch. He was, I promise, he was injured, wasn't he, in training? And then he must have decided, well, it's fine, I'll come out and get an assist.
Yeah, no, that was the last news that he picked up an injury in the warm-up. But then he was on the pitch, and there's a great 1-2 with Garcia. He's lucky that the ball came back.
That was a quality strike, wasn't it? The keeper didn't have a chance at all there.
Yeah, and he played well on the left side and created chances over the left side and looks really strong.
And of course, Franco De Santo had to get a look in. He couldn't have the new striker, Anthony Uja, taking all the credit, could he? So he got the fourth goal, which was literally on the 45th minute before the referee blew the whistle. How impressed were you with Franco De Santo? We were sat right pitch side, and we saw a lot of him, didn't we, on this side?
Yeah, he was really strong, and he deserved that goal. A few minutes before, he had a fantastic volley. If he scores that one, we mentioned already, would be the goal of the match. But again, an individual mistake from the goalkeeper. Anthony Uja is there, and again, a great finish. That's what you want as a coach, to have strikers they can finish like this. So great finish from De Santo and Anthony Uja before.
How impressed were you with Werder Bremen? Because I wanted to talk a little bit about how last season they've lapsed massively defensively. I think they had 65 goals against them. They've had so many problems with goalkeepers. Did we actually see them tested in their defence, and with Weidwald, who's their new keeper from Frankfurt?
Still, Salzburg created chances to score today. They deserve to score 1 or 2 goals too. And I'm not saying it was an even game. Overall, Werder Bremen, after the 1-0 from Barkfried, they deserve to win. But it's pre-season. I'm surprised that Werder Bremen looks so strong, because they had a 1-week training camp. They're on the way to Salzburg, and they have to go into the training camp tomorrow again. So great performance. Great
performance, a great match to starters. Both players look fit in this pre-season period. 4-0 to Werder Bremen. You can take a look at Red Bull TV. Go on the website, redbull.tv, and we have an event analyzer where you can almost control the matches if you missed anything. If you want to see that fantastic Anthony Uja strike again, or the one from Franco De Santo, the 4th goal for Werder Bremen, just go on the website and you can take a look at the goals. You can choose the different assists and take a look at everything and manage your way around the website. It's definitely worth a look. So our next game, we have Southampton taking on Spanish giants. I think we'll call them giants because Real Madrid and Barcelona are here at Valencia. So let's find out a bit more about Southampton, the team in the Premier League that got their best ever finish in 7th. And you know what? They've made it into the Europe.
The Saints marched back to relevance last season. After relegation to English football's 3rd level in 2010, Southampton bounced straight back with successive promotions. The recovery culminated by grabbing a coveted Europa League spot for the season ahead.
But there were some hard times, at the beginning. But we're reaping the rewards of a strong foundation, and keeping what we've achieved in the past is our focus to keep us going in the future.
The man considered responsible for the Saints' step into the Premiership's upper echelon is former Dutch international and current manager Ronald Koeman.
Ronald's come in and he's taken us to that next level, which is what you need in football and in any team sport. If you're going to progress, you need to keep trying to improve.
Meanwhile, one Saints player who can't wait to set foot back on the Red Bull Arena's pitch, former Red Bull Sadio Mane.
Salzburg is my city. It's the city I love, like many people, and I can say it's my second family because I like many people in the city and people also like me, so I think it's very, very, very important to come back.
When it comes to the Audi Quattro Cup, not only Mane but also the Saints seem ready to march again.
Stefan, we saw Ronald Koeman then, and I saw him in the press conference yesterday in very high spirits. What do you think of his impact at Southampton? What is it about him? Because this is the first club he's had a real success at. What's he changed in the game?
Massive impact he has, because Southampton was really successful the season before under Pochettino, and they sold most of the top players like Lallana, Lambert, Luke Shaw, and he came in with good signings like Pele up front, scored 12 goals, Mane scored 11, so they have a great partnership up front, and overall Southampton is one of the best defense in the Premiership, with only conceding 32 goals. Only Chelsea was better.
Yeah, he's brought his experience as a former defender, hasn't he, as a player. You mentioned Mane there, Sadio Mane. This is the first time he's come back to his old club. What reception do you think he'll get? Because, well, I've heard him say great things about Salzburg, but I think he didn't leave that well, did he?
Exactly, so I'm not sure it will be a nice reception for him, because he left before the Miami FF Champions League game, and it was the biggest game for Red Bull Salzburg last year at that time. Of course, he played really well in the Premiership, but I'm sure most of the supporters are still disappointed about him.
And we're going to move to Valencia in just a moment. A very quick word on Plan Me, because he's already scored in the pre-season this week, their new player that they've got, new signing.
Yeah, great attacking player, great finish, scored a lot of goals for Malaga, and he started to score already in Valencia in the pre-season, so he's a really good signing.
So it's great to have Valencia here. They're not only challenging Real Madrid and Barcelona, but they want Champions League this season.
Valencia CF truly are one of Spanish football's biggest and most successful clubs. Last season, Valencia lost just 5 games from 38 appearances in La Liga, guaranteeing 4th spots and qualification for the Champions League preliminary round. A big challenge for the team and a big change for Phil Neville. The former England international will want to transfer his playing successes with Manchester United and Everton to his new role as assistant coach in Spain.
I'm excited because I think when you want to be the best and you want to do the best you can, you've got to take yourself out of the comfort zone and challenge yourself.
Phil Neville's first week at work has brought him to Austria, and he's already grabbed the respect of the squad during their first few days together. He can be a big help because he played at a huge level during many years. He won everything and he played in very important clubs. There's no doubt that his experience will be important for us because we have many young players. Therefore, it will be a great help this season. Nevertheless, the team need to come together and play some strong football. We just started the pre-season. These games are meant to let us recover and to work on some tactics that we're planning for the next season. It's clear for us at this stage, the result is not what's important. What matters the most is the preparation, and we're going to prepare ourselves the best we can for this first Champions League playoff game. Valencia CF can use the Audi Quattro Cup as a familiarisation session with not only their new coach but also their own prospects of breaking the stranglehold of La Liga's top 3.
Yeah, Valencia, a young team and a young manager. They've made a lot of surprising transfers though, especially the whole host of players from Benfica, the manager Nuno having a great relationship with Benfica. The likes of Cancelo, Rodrigo and Andre Gomez. Are we going to see any feature today?
Yeah, Paris starts, Rodrigo starts, and they spend 100 million pounds.
Surprised?
I'm really surprised because I spoke to Roberto Soldado 3 years ago before he signed for Spurs. So that they're in financial problems. So massive signings, a lot of money involved now.
And a word on Alvaro Negredo, because he is in the starting 11 today, and he's come from Man City, but Valencia wanted to get rid of him.
Yeah, that surprised me too, but still he is a fantastic striker. And he deserved his chance. He cost 30 million too, and I'm sure it's the Champions League qualification now. They change a lot of things in Valencia, so they take the risk financially and they buy top-class players.
This is going to be an interesting match to watch. Premier League Southampton against La Liga's Valencia. It's going to be a great one, especially in this pre-season period. So let's get straight to the action with Join Your commentator, Gary Preston.
And so a big warm welcome back into the second half of this amazing contest we've seen so far. I think we have to say that the very first game with 4 goals scored already after, 45 minutes? That is what we call a wonderful start to the world of football on a Saturday afternoon. The weather is absolutely glorious. 11th of July. Here in the Red Bull Arena for the Audi Quattro Cup 2015-16. It is the very first time that this has taken place here in Salzburg, and that is the cup that can be won here today. And we do know already, after the 4 goals scored by Werder Bremen, that we do have one finalist who will be looking for that cup at the end of the tournament tonight in the not too distant future. Every game takes 45 minutes, not a full 90, so it's one way 45 minutes. If for any reason we don't see any goals in the next game between Southampton out of the Premier League and out of La Liga Valencia, then we will have a penalty shootout. There's the Audi Quattro Cup that is up for grabs here today. All the supporters on this side have a bit of shade as far as the contingent on the far side are concerned. They've got all the heat, and including your commentator here in the cabins. No idea how warm it is at the moment here, but it does feel very, very hot indeed. Let's take in some of the pictures here for a couple of seconds. I am just at the moment just finalising my starting 11 here. It happens so quickly, and at the moment it does look as though we have an exceedingly interesting starting 11 here for both of these two sides. Southampton and Valencia. So if you just give me just a second and take in some of the pictures here at the moment coming your way from Salzburg in this beautiful part of the country. We're joining the game any second now here in the second semi-final between Southampton and Valencia. So they're coming out of the catacombs here. And as you can see for yourselves, the modern-day gladiators are ready and raring to go. Once again, the music, of course, we all know as well. It's fitting, isn't it? Valencia are the team facing Southampton, the Saints. Who's going to be marching in? We'll find that out during the course of the next 45 minutes. Southampton, the team that have brought in quite a few new youngsters once again into the squad. And the same thing applies to Valencia for the up-and-coming seasons. Southampton, who amazingly, they've shown us some fantastic football, remain so long in the Premier League up towards the top of the table. At the end of the day, finally finishing 7th in the Premier League and also going through to Europe. That is where they will be next season for the first time in donkey's years, when Southampton will be joining the elite of Europe, fighting for the coveted Europa League Cup. As far as Valencia are concerned, they'll be, well, hoping to have a glorious chance of taking the big one, the Champions League. The referee is Sebastian Glammer. The two assistants are Christian Riegler and Stefan Eder. I am still Gary Preston, I am still thirsty, but I do have water. And we still have, after this one, another 2 games to go. So interesting to see that we don't have any names on the back of the shirts at the moment. Let's hope that they got all these numbers right for me here. Highly interesting, no names on the back of the shirts here. We're pretty high up as far as stadium is concerned. It's quite a big stadium here. Normally a capacity of around about 35,000. This brand new stadium that was built in 2008 for the European Championships in Austria and in Switzerland. Graziano Pelle, now we can see Graziano Pelle just going to the centre circle. So we have the red and white stripes, of course, of Southampton, and the orange here today on the right from Valencia. Number 2 is Jason McCarthy. To his mates, it's Maka, the 19-year-old who's been at the club for a couple of years now, the under-21s captain. With the yellow boots, the bottom of your screen has just moved off now. First chance here maybe for the team from the Premier League. And it looks as though they got the opportunity with a set piece here and a free kick. Valencia on the back foot already after the first, 30 seconds. Has to get involved again after a bit of pushing and shoving going on. I'm pretty sure that some of the players here that are on the pitch now before have seen the first game, and interesting it was most certainly, together with Werder Bremen and the host club Red Bull Salzburg. Maybe a friendly match here, the Audi Quattro Cup, powered by Salzburger Land. Arena. This pre-season international friendly. Let's call it that way, an invitational international friendly. Got off to a great start, and we're hoping that's the way it's going to continue. So we've just seen that that was confusing me just a little there, that number 10 is a Mane. Was given to us as being a number 11. I've been searching for him before. Sadio Mane, the man from Senegal, receiving a warm welcome here as well from the crowd who love him here. The player for Southampton. He's been at the club for, 1 year now, after a fantastic first season with 10 goals in his first 30 games in the Premier League. He is a former Salzburg great, who Southampton managed to prize away from them for an estimated fee of about 15 million a year ago. He's wearing the number 10 now. After McCarthy's throw-in, next opportunity here to bring it through, but again blocked first of all by Valencia. Negredo. Sorry, that was Isgrove. Lloyd Isgrove is wearing the number 7 apparently here. Actually look as though a couple of these numbers have turned out wrong. We got the first corner here. Let's bear with us. This is a friendly. Let's all keep it friendly in that way. Southampton against Valencia. The first corner of the game goes to the Saints. Graziano Pelle wearing the number 19 as far as I can see at the moment. Number 7, the pass Victor Wanyama from Kenya, the Celtic player. Man on the ball at the moment, but he won't do anything with it because it's a free kick here for the Spaniards and Valencia. Before the start of the game as well, the experts on the touchline for the start of the match. Stefan Freund just entertaining football from Valencia is something that we've been waiting for in this competition here. They are a tremendous footballing nation, as we know. Spain and Valencia, one of the best, finishing 4th last season. Takes them through to the Champions League proper again, with one qualifying game, which everybody is anticipating them to get through. Here, one of the lovely close-ups from the director in the early stages of the game. 6 minutes gone, it's still 0-0 at the moment. Maybe the break here now. It is Negredo who's found some room. Moment just in and around the pitch is just short of 30 degrees the temperature. It is getting hotter by the minute here. for Danny Perego, the captain. Gaillard tries to get past the Saints defence down the left wing, but they're coming forward now with the little flick. Graziano Pelle, and the flight straight up from the referee's assistant. Well, flight came up, not quite sure whether that was a foul or not there from Graziano Pelle. You can make up your own minds. One thing's for certain, Valencia are coming forward and have their chance now to open up the scoring of this game. Lovely piece of football that could have resulted in the first goal. Goalkeeper Kevin Davies, I don't think would have known too much about that one. Sorry, poor Paolo Gazzaniga is the man between the sticks at the moment. Kevin Davies on the touchline. Here with number 12, Paolo Gazzaniga getting involved again. Two capable hands. Saints keeper number 1, Fraser Forster, is out injured at the moment. Doesn't look as though he's going to make the start of the season as well for the Saints when their games get cracking. So not too distant future. So this is a glorious opportunity, I think, here today for the young goalkeepers to prove themselves as well. Paolo Gazzaniga, who managed to 2 games in the Premier League last season. Not quite the lively start that we saw in the first game. Here are the first pictures we've seen here of the boss himself, Ronald Koeman, the manager, 52-year-old head coach. 1 season in charge for the Dutchman and taking the Saints back into Europe for the first time in 12 years. Position number 7 they finished on at the end of the day, the Saints of Southampton, was something that most of the pundits and experts weren't quite expecting. Qualifying now for the Europa League, maybe helped along a little bit by Arsenal's result in the FA Cup against Aston Villa. And here's the other new man in the football world in Spain, Nuno Espirito Santo, the head coach from Portugal, has just taken over here. Former goalkeeper, by the way, that's something you don't see all too often. The goalkeeper who's the head coach in Spain, one of the top clubs and addresses in La Liga. 3rd of July 2014 was the first time he came in. Contract through what, till 2018? Well, I'm hearing some whistles at the moment because they're probably Red Bull supporters. Let's give it to them. They lost their first game by 4-0. Not too happy the way things went against their team, I'm sure. We did see quite an exciting game of football with both sides giving everything they have in the opening match here between Werder Bremen and Red Bull. And at the moment here is a bit, well, it's needing time to get going, put it that way. Nick Rader lets the ball slip away from him. And we're back now with the keeper, Gazzaniga. Well, in actual fact, I Just suddenly realise here, I think quite a few of those whistles are aimed at Mané himself, the man who left for those reputed 15 million when he disappeared off to Southampton. So it looks like the Senegalese Sadio Mané is not quite as well loved as I thought he was. There you go, he's on the ball now. And that is in actual fact what is happening. He's been pulled down here. Got a free kick as well. He's trying to keep a smile on his face at the moment, but not exactly what you call a warm and welcome reception here at the moment from the former Red Bull Salzburg top player Sadio Mané. 45 goals he scored in 87 appearances for this home crowd here before going to Southampton. Also 32 assists involved as well in that. He hasn't done badly in Southampton either, so they love him there too. 10 goals in his first 32 games. Somehow the ball is half cleared by Ruben Vezo, the man from Portugal. Been here a year and a half now from Vitória Setúbal out of Portugal. Just about scraping it away. Return from Pedler. Pass from Negredo. Chance for Valencia. Chance was almost there for Alvaro Negredo. New as of July the 1st, 2015 from Manchester City. And you know who is on the ball again now. I started to feel sorry for him. Sadio Mané. Still the opening goal here. Good work by Piatti. It's not back again. What looked to be possibly the opener of this game has gone out in the nick of time for the Saints. That was good, honest hard work there. Good work from Piatti, who started the move, not in an offside position as far as I'm concerned. At the end of the day, going over the top of the crossbar, and Saints goals led off the hook there. Lucas Orban with a job on his hands. Has got the goal kick though. Lloyd Isgrove, the 22-year-old. Also doing quite a bit of work down the right wing so far, the man from Wales. Was on loan to Peterborough and Sheffield United, by the way, the number 7 for Southampton. Lloyd Isgrove back here with a chance to prove himself with his new manager. This, though, now is Valencia, looking powerful with Negredo. Good block. Was given away. Jose Luis Gaia, the man in midfield, started this move. It's looking promising. Now with Piatti again. He slipped at the wrong time. Pass from the skipper Parejo, maybe down the right wing now. At the moment, it's not working out for either of these two sides. We're already 17 minutes into the game here. And if you remember going back to the first match we saw, I think then it was already 2-0, if I remember rightly. Parejo. Nice little turn. Not quite the just rewards at the end of the day. Good move though by Rodrigo Moreno. Cutting across the face of goal nicely here, Valencia, but it is the Saints, or are the Saints coming forward, keep on marching. They're starting to enjoy this, the crowd, aren't they? Victor Wanyama. If our team aren't playing, says Red Bull supporters, then let's get onto the back of one of our former players. So, after Graziano Pella's header, where is he? No real problems for the goalkeeper, Jean-Dominic. After the side-footed attempt here from Harrison Reed, it's the first real shot on goal, you could say. The 20-year-old Harrison Reed, England under 20. Here with an brace. Side-footing it straight to the keeper, no real problems. So who knows, we might have a chance here with this free kick set piece. The distance may be a little too far away for a direct shot on goal. Chip forward for the head, and it comes off the crossbar with a second bounce, and the third attempt to score a goal here goes haywire for the Saints. But how lucky were Valencia there in that situation? Surely that should have gone in for the team from the Premier League. Let's have a look from this side here. It looks as though there was no offside there. Crossbar twice, and even with the next attempt from Jose Fonte, the captain, after an extremely powerful header right off the crossbar. No luck involved here whatsoever. Possibly should have been our first goal in this match between the Saints and Valencia. At the moment, though, is still 0-0. The crossbar and the woodwork denying the Saints on two occasions in the space of a couple of seconds. On the other side, goal number one for Valencia has to be, and it is! Well, the opportunity arrived just after Saints were out of luck. You had the feeling the goal had to arrive, and just short of 22 minutes on the clock, it is Valencia who managed to open up the scoring in this game. I think that Valencia, at the end of the day here, every now and again have had their chances to score. This one finally goes in with the sweeping shot from Pablo Piatti. Pablo Piatti, the Argentine, who's been here for what, since 2011? Pablo Piatti makes it 1-0 for Valencia. So often that is the case in the world of football, that your chances have been denied, or they won't simply go in. The upright, the crossbar, call it what you will. On this occasion for the Saints, just a couple of minutes ago, we saw two shots ricocheting off the crossbar. Possibly the biggest chance that we've seen so far in this game, and then all of a sudden it's Pablo Piatti and Valencia with a bit of a tussle just outside the area. Get the luck of the bounce, and Pablo Piatti was there to finish it off in style. There's the goal scorer. It's 1-0 for Valencia, and there's still, what, just less than halfway to go. 45 minutes is the game. The Audi Quattro Cup here in Red Bull Arena in Salzburg. So still quite a bit of time left and remaining here for Southampton to come back. So a bit more determination maybe in midfield too. Victor Wanyama, the man from Kenya, 24 years of age. He lost that. That means that Valencia are on the prowl again. Pass back from Lucas Orban to his goalkeeper. The goalkeeper, by the way, not too long ago I saw a photograph of him, and he wasn't sporting anyhow whatsoever. I thought he was gone bald at the age of 25, and just realised now he's stopped polishing his head now and letting his hair grow again. Interesting. Jean Dominic, the man from Spain, 24 years of age, hasn't really been tested so far, the goalkeeper. When it has been tested, he had someone called Lady Luck helping him along. Maybe now here the chance for the equaliser, just outside and inside the area then. It looked as though there might have been a foul at the end of the day. That's the way the referee was looking at it, I think, though. So the next chance, goal number 2, didn't quite arrive, but that was a lovely delivery from Jose Luis Gaya. It really was well worked out, and Negredo couldn't quite steer it between the sticks. On the face of Valencia's head coach, tells his own story as well. Quite a bit of money has been spent by the Portuguese on the, let's call it the Portuguese connection. 85 million euros roughly have been spent on Portuguese players arriving to the clubs. A whole host of talents arrived from Benfica. I think quite a lot of those players as well might make the grade 2 in La Liga. The chance here now. Once again started by Gaya. He's on the ball, just slipped away from him, intercepted by Wanyama. Run back though straight away by Parejo. We've still got a player down here at the moment. It looks as though it is Victor Wanyama. And finally, the referee brings play to a halt so he can have some treatment. I wonder what's going through his mind at the moment. The Southampton head coach. To be seen so far, after 28 minutes of the game. He got to the ball first there, Victor Wanyama, but it looks as though he's come away basically unscathed. Looks as though Valencia are starting to turn it on now at the moment, and the Saints having problems, backpedaling all the time. Still in the danger zone. It was. He's on the ball again, don't you? Sadio Mane, though, the number 10 and former Salzburg player, hasn't been quite able to, well, stamp his authority on this game, but that still applies as well to Southampton at the moment, who started quite bravely, quite well, I thought, into this game, but at the moment it's Valencia, certainly with that goal scored by Pablo Piatti. After, what, 20-odd minutes, we've got now 15 minutes remaining in this game, and that's where Southampton will have to score a goal, or all those supporters from Valencia will be celebrating a victory, which would take them through to the final just a little later. Combining well at the moment. Southampton scraping the ball away, having a hard job of doing that. That's a break pass, fantastic pass through. The opportunity was there for goal number 2. It's been pushed to the side by the goalkeeper. Good goalkeeping too by Gazzaniga. So, well, Alvaro Negreira, the former Manchester City man, score here this afternoon. That's the goal scorer, Piatti, and he almost got his second as well. Oh, he had to get the keeper from the Saints at full stretch here. Well taken effort here by Pablo Piatti, and that looked as though it was going in. Great control and a fine save here with 2 really long outstretched hands. And a man that could be filling in for Fraser Forster, Paulo Gazzaniga, showing us he is a keeper who can get the respect and the trust from the back four. He looks like a decent keeper, I think, Gazzaniga. He's only managed 2 games last season, 19 all in all in the Premier League. And that's 20 games in League 2. The former Gillingham player. Who knows, he might have his chance next season for the Saints. At the moment, it's Valencia from La Liga leading 1-0. The punch here from their keeper, Sean Dominic. slow motion studies we're seeing here from the director. Thank you for that one. Maybe in the up till the goal, maybe not quite the intensity that we saw in the first match between Red Bull Salzburg and Werder Bremen. After that goal, of course, now it's all up to the Saints to bounce back into that game, and maybe a bit more urgency is required. They've lost it again, though, Valencia. Wanyama manages to keep control. Ball to Maka McCarthy. Wanyama again. Attempting to thread that one through for Graziano Pella. 12 goals last season in his first 38 games. One is needed this afternoon in the Audi Quattro Cup to keep them in the reckoning. Is that a foul from Maka McCarthy? No. Some of the Valencia players were complaining there, but still the throwing given to the Saints. Southampton need a goal. They've got 11 minutes in which to score it. Sané. Down this side on the bottom half of your screen, Sané with the number 10, maybe trying his luck down the right-hand wing now, and maybe not quite getting as much abuse whistle-wise from the crowd as he was on the far side. But on the far side, they are maybe a little hot and bothered. It is very warm on that far side here. Maybe just a little cooler at 29. Well, worth a try. Intercepted there by Victor Wanyama, who saw that one coming and he got away from his opponent, but at the end of the day he can't find the all-important pass, and that means that Valencia are coming again, and we've still got Wanyama down at the moment. Whether he's injured again, not quite sure. There he is inside the centre circle. He's lost his boot, I think. Wanyama. Was it in actual fact Mane? Yeah. It was. Sorry about that one. Sadio Mane. Wait for the whistles, you know it's Mane. That was, in actual fact, rather a nasty foul. Having seen that one again in the replay, that should have been a booking against Mane's opponent there, who really came in rather hard, didn't he? Is it Lucas Orban who came in there like a bulldozer? Well, normally, the referee, if he sees that, we know it's a friendly game, could and should give a warning. Once again, Gaia involved. Every time they come forward, and mostly Pablo Piatti, the man who scored the goal. Mane's pass. By Harrison Reed to find that opening, and that's what they have now. The chance here, Southampton to score, but the goalkeeper, Dominic, has something against it. Wasted the effort there, I think, from Rodrigo Marino, the Spaniard who has Brazilian roots, the new signing on the 1st of July from Benfica, one of those players I was talking to you about before. 30 million they paid for him, Rodrigo Marino, the man wearing the number 17. He has been showing us some of the skills that he possesses so far, but well, I think we're going to see a lot more as we're seeing some of the unfortunate replays in football. Two clashes of heads, and once again Mane and Orban are involved. No foul there, that was just a bit of bad luck, but it looks as though that Orban has got a cut to his top of his head here. Sadio Mane is known as being a hardened character. The man that scored, by the way, Mane, the fastest ever hat-trick in Premier League history. The man going down here after the clash together with Orban. 2 minutes and 56 seconds it was, that goal, that 3 goals. Those 3 goals against against Aston Villa. Atletico Villa would have been better, I suppose. 6-1 was the result at the end of the day for Sadio Mane, and maybe you happen to see that one in the Premier League. What an amazing day that was for Mane, the man from Senegal. As far as the opponent's head coach is concerned at the moment, Valencia and Santo, it looks as though he might have to make a change as well. So bringing out the bandages here. Now Lucas Orban, the 26-year-old and former Girondin Bordeaux player out of France, gets the tape band, head bandage, and he's ready to continue. That surprises me because this is a friendly, so in this kind of heat that we have, it said very close to 30 at the moment. It is quite warm down there, 30 degrees centigrade, and still he's come on the pitch again. Well, every credit to him. Let's hope that the physios know exactly what they're doing. Chance now with McCarthy. Mane. Is this the chance? Worms his way inside the box. He still can't find the opening. Ball back from Reed. So this is a change just before the free kick. What difference it's going to make here, we shall find out. Sam Gallagher just coming on for his opportunity. We've got 42 minutes on the clock. There's 3 remaining. And we've got a free kick situation here now for Southampton and Ronald Koeman to come back into this game. Chipped forward, headed in by Sané. And a foul just in front of the referee's eyes. Well timing by Graziano Pelle. Koopman, who we just saw before, the head coach, taking his team, as I mentioned at the start of the game, up until position number 7 in the Premier League, right up there with the big boys. Also the former man at the Mestalla dugouts. The last time National Fight with Valencia lifted a major trophy, that was the Copa del Rey back in 2008, but weren't quite so happy with the way the team was playing in La Liga at the time, and that's why he only lasted a short time. Certainly loving in Southampton. Ball forward from Stevens. Problems here for the goalkeeper, really, who's had a bit of luck on his side of his, as we saw during the course of the, now 44 minutes of this game. Southampton were denied by the crossbar on 2 occasions in the space of 2 seconds. That still remains the best chances that we've seen in this match from the side from the Premier League. Say they're not determined. Harrison Reed certainly is, the England under-20. Number 8. What we don't have to forget is that these games that we're seeing today involved with a great trophy, the Audi Quattro Cup. They are the pre-season friendlies that are there for certain reasons for the managers and head coaches, of course, to make quite sure they get their team tuned and geared up for the up-and-coming domestic leagues, or maybe the Champions League or the Europa League, depending on which side of the pitch you're playing on at the moment. Europa League is going to be, as we know, for the Saints. Champions League for Valencia. They're leading Valencia by 1 goal to 0. Looked to me like a call possibly for a penalty, but the referee not even batting an eyelid. Again, good work here from the left-hand side. When that happens, mostly it's Gaia. 45 minutes have been blown by the referee, and it's Nuno Espirito Santo's team from Valencia who will be going through with this 1-0 victory against Southampton into the final. Now that will be coming just a little later. We also have another game coming up before that final, and that will be between Southampton, who just lost here against Valencia, and the home crowd, hoping for their first win against Southampton. We shall find out. Red Bull Salzburg coming against Southampton, the final. Werder Bremen against Valencia. Go away.
Great sport this weekend on Red Bull TV, and football never stops. It might be pre-season, but we have a game going on and a fantastic tournament down here pitchside. Stefan, you're still with me. Thank you very much for joining me, Stefan Freund. Stefan, that game wasn't as good as the first game, Salzburg against Werder Bremen, which was 4-0, just in case you missed it. Southampton, to me, seemed quite sluggish. What are your overall thoughts before we take a look at the highlights?
It's pre-season. Both teams look a little bit slow. They didn't play 1-2 touch football quickly, try to hit them on the counter-attack. So overall, wasn't so exciting to watch than the first game. And we had only 8 chances in that game. But still, to the end of the game, we had a few good movements and good chances both sides.
You mentioned that the players and the team looked slow, but we mustn't forget that Southampton, I think this is their first week.
Exactly.
You know, they've just arrived in Austria. They're having their pre-season training here. They had a game against Leipzig, which I think they lost 5-4 during the week. So what is Ronald Koeman looking for in this match?
Match practice, fitness for all the players. And I'm sure you will change the team in the second game. The most important at the moment is to play against good teams like Valencia. Leipzig is a good team too, one of the strongest in the second Bundesliga. And they need the games now, and of course training sessions, to have the better fitness, the match fitness to the first game in the Premiership.
The first chance came on 21 minutes for Valencia, and it was for Southampton, and it was a multi-crossbar kind of challenge. We saw the likes of Fonte get in there as well.
Exactly, a good set pieces from Grove to Font, a good header, crossbar, and Mané is there normally to score on a crossbar from Mané. So good header from Font. What a chance for him to score here in his old stadium.
Was it kind of bad luck, this, really?
Yeah, and sorry?
Was it just bad luck? You know, there's nothing more they could have done there.
Yeah, you have to finish that one off. Normally, Mané can score from that position. It's only 3 yards in front of the goal. That's what you have to do as a striker.
You do. We'll speak about Sadio Mane in just a minute because he got an interesting reaction, but we can hear from him. The man himself is with Ronald Rank.
Sadio, hello. We are live on air. Thanks for talking to us. Back in Salzburg, where you had some fantastic years, you had some fantastic response today from your former teammates who were praising you, but some whistling and booing from the crowd. Were you prepared actually for that?
Again, please.
Although your old teammates of Salzburg, they were praising you, they were happy to see you back, but the crowd were going on your back and whistling. Were you prepared for that?
Oh, before I want to say that I'm very, very happy to be back at home, I can say. Red Bull is a very good team. I always say that it's a very good team. They lose some players, but I think now it's time to give the young players, to give them a chance to play, and now they are proving that. And now, for me today, it was a great game. Actually, it's a preparation, but was not easy for us because Valencia is also a big team in Europe, so the win,
The crowd, they just know the moment when you left and when you really had to push for your move, and they're angry about that because you refused to play at Malmö. But maybe we have to explain to the crowd that people here at the club are quite happy with you still. They still like you, and for them it was quite normal. You know, it was you were trying to get out, and in the end they received good money. Maybe we should explain that to the public, that you're still loved at the club.
I can say Red Bull is my team. Red Bull, I like Red Bull. The people, the fans, the club, everybody like me too. So I'm very happy for that, because I get much chance for here, and the coach gave me this chance to finish. I can say to get my development in Red Bull. So I'm happy for that. I thank them that. And it was not easy to move because they want to play normal football. I can say it was the right time for me to go, and I told them, they also, it was okay with me. So maybe some confusing, but it's normal. It's football, always like this. But now it's behind me, so I say good luck for them, and
Thank you very much, Mane. Have a good, nice time. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, thank you, Ronald. Interesting comments there by Sadio Mane. I almost felt very good for Ronald pushing it a little bit. I almost felt like Mane was having to kind of justify his actions, because where we were sat pitch side, the reaction was very mixed, and I'd almost say not good. There was a lot of really kind of negative whistles when Mane had the ball. What do you think?
Yeah, his move wasn't perfect. He changed the club when Red Bull was in the most important time of the season, you know, when they played the Champions League qualification games against Malmö. Of course, for him was a perfect move, and he knows it was a great time at Red Bull because he played really well, scored a lot of goals, was involved in a lot of goals, assists, and that's why he got the offer. But overall, of course, a few supporters are still disappointed.
Yeah, of course. Probably just because they really want to see him, him in their team rather than in the Premier League. There was a goal in that game. It was 4-0, which Werder Bremen against Salzburg won, but that game only had one goal in it. This was the Valencia goal. Let's take a look at it. It was Pablo Piatti who got the goal there, but there was quite a bit of a scramble, really.
Yeah, good movement over the right side, good cross, and then a great layoff from Gaia to Rodrigo. And in the end was Piatti to score, but a great movement. That's how it works. Over the wings, great ball. And Piatti was involved too to give the layoff for Rodrigo. And he has a free role in the central midfield. He's playing really well today. Was involved in a lot of chances with Rodrigo together. They're looking really dangerous.
Valencia, to me, looks very strong, and we've had two great matches to say that it is a pre-season. Do stay with us because we have a final which decides third place, which is Salzburg, the hosts, against Southampton, who we've just seen. So they're just having a very mini break before they come back out. And it's
exciting for Mane too, that game.
Yeah, exactly. So Mane will be playing against his former team, and I think there's going to be an interesting reaction by the crowd. But it's also the summer transfers. We talked about a few of the new players that we've seen here. Juan Mi in Southampton, Cuco Martini, who we didn't see too much of in that game. He wasn't that impressive. But there has been a very big signing today. Bastian Schweinsteiger, who you know very well, has just signed for Manchester United on a 3-year deal. Firstly, for him, do you think that's a good move? It's been as though he's been at Bayern Munich for a long time. I think it's over 500 games now he's played for them.
Exactly, and he won everything with Bayern Munich. So he's the leader of Bayern Munich, one of the leaders of the German national team, won the World Championship, won the Champions League, won the German Championship, won the German FA Cup. So he won everything. And I'm really happy to see another German in the Premiership. And if you go to the Premiership, there are a lot of good clubs, but Man United are the team to be, and I'm really happy for Bastian.
Do you think he'll be well received at Manchester United? I think there's been mostly positive, but a few people commenting on whether he still has the pace.
Yes, but Carrick doesn't have the pace too in front of the midfield, and Bastian Schweinsteiger can read the game, is really strong with the ball, but is also strong without the ball. So that's why I think he can be the main player next season, and straight overnight if he doesn't pick up injuries.
Do you think that we're going to see more players like Kim come into the Premier League? I mean, there's the big topic and the big question why there wasn't an English team in the quarterfinals of the Champions League or the quarterfinals of the Europa League. Do you think we're going to see those more Champions League players, those more European players come to the Premier League, especially with the crazy big money record-breaking deal that's been done?
Yes, was it 240 million?
Ridiculous.
1.4
billion per season, euros, 2.4 billion pounds per season.
Exactly. So most of the Premiership clubs have the possibility to sign players over 20 million pounds. And that means you can sign most of the German players in the Bundesliga. So the Premiership, not everyone, not everyone, but the top quality, I think maybe will move to the Premiership. So players like Robin Ribéry, they're playing for Bayern Munich. So Bayern Munich can pay the salary and can pay the transfer fees. But that's it. The rest of the teams will lose the best players if a top team like Liverpool, Manchester City, Manchester United, Chelsea, Arsenal and Tottenham are coming in.
And so why do you think, because the Premier League do have all that money, and they were cash rich before that record-breaking deal went through, why weren't they featured in the Champions League and the Europa League at the quarter-final stages and onwards? Was it because, there's people say the lack of the winter break, the intensity of the Premier League, the fact that the players don't get any rest?
Yeah, the Premiership, I think, is the most important for all the clubs and for all the supporters in England. And the challenge is really hard to win the Premiership. And it is really difficult for teams like last season, Liverpool, to compete again with the top teams in their own league. So the top 7-8 teams are really strong. And every game is really hard. And you have a lot of midweek games, or all the time midweek games, not like in the Bundesliga or in other countries. So it's really hard to play in the Premiership and play in all the cup competitions.
Yeah, Andre Schürrle said that for a Premier League player, you only get time in between games to try and rest rather than actually prep for the game. But we do have our next game. Very, very quick word. Salzburg against Southampton. Is Salzburg going to improve? Because we didn't see a great performance from them.
Hopefully they will improve. They had a good start first really good 10 minutes against Werder Bremen, and hopefully they will score now, because the season starts next week with the cup game, and they need a win today to have the confidence and to go strong in the new competition.
And to impress the fans who have all come out here today. There are quite a few fans here today, so let's get straight to the action and go back to our commentator, Gary Preston.
So, big warm welcome back again here. Just trying to find out who's going to be playing here at the moment. We are in the almost into the small final, as they would call it. It is the huge game today that we've seen so far at the Audi Quattro Cup pre-season individual international friendly, powered by Salzburg land. The Quattro Cup 2015 so far here at the Red Bull Arena has been rather interesting, to say the least. We saw the very first game with a 4-0 victory. That was for the visitors out of Germany, way up north, down here south into Austria, against the host club Red Bull Salzburg, with a 4-0 win. And now Red Bull have their opportunity up against Southampton, who just lost in the last game. It's against Valencia by 1-0. Now, we still have not had any kind of lineups at the moment, as well. As you can imagine, in this tournament here, I'm pretty sure that quite often, as the case may be, 45 minutes played, that the coaches and managers themselves are not quite sure who they're going to play. Let's wait and see who's fit. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll get your chance to play another 45 minutes. Bear with us and we shall find out who's playing in this mini final here. Red Bull Salzburg, the home supporters are waiting. Southampton from the Premier League are the opponents. As though at the moment that I can see here some of the players down on pitch side. We saw before Valencia, who have been warming up as well. Now that obviously means that when they play in the final, they'll have a whole host of new players as well involved. clue who's going to be playing here for Red Bull Salzburg. The referee is Sebastian Gashammer. We have a German commentator who's just on the opposite side, who I can see at the moment through the pane of glass here. Now, he actually knows, I think, the players quite personally. As far as your commentator is concerned here, Red Bull Salzburg is not exactly the team I know every single player to say hi when you come around for a drink. They haven't been in line of either. We shall get through it, you burn with us. So just to keep you in the picture, just in case you think the Greens are Werder Bremen coming back, no, they're in the final. They're coming back later. The Greens are Southampton. And they're playing here from right to left. Southampton losing in the first game, the first semi-final they had in that match against Valencia just a few minutes back. And now Salzburg from left to right, hoping to collect their first victory here this afternoon on their home soil in the Audi Quattro Cup. Red Bull Arena, as you can imagine, on a day like this, it's been so hot, it has not been full to the brim, but the support has been tremendous right throughout. Quite a few travelling supporters, I think, from Southampton on the left-hand side of her making some noise too. At the moment is the Salzburg team hoping for an opening. Chance here for Red Bull with this corner. He's come in with any lineups we commentate here today, but let's see how he goes from here. Into the game, and at the moment still no real big chance for either of these two sides to find an opening. It's still rather difficult at the moment. Lineups. We'll get through. So there's a number for you. 6 is Smail Revjak, the under-21 Bosnia Has to go with the player. A new signing from Red Bull Leipzig on the other side, the other team from Germany on the East Coast. Southampton defending. Our first corner of the game. And a free kick to go with it as well. The oohs and ahs from the crowd here on the far side, almost willing that one to go in. This is looking promising here for the home side, and the crowd reacting to it as well. And that is a shot blocked by Stekelenburg, and that really was a decent save from the goalkeeper. Martin Stekelenburg, the Dutchman, and new 2015 loan from Fulham. That was a spectacular save indeed. That was going all the way. It's Red Bull who started coming into this, 7 minutes now of the first mini-final. Having the better of the two chances we've seen so far. Enjoying this opening stages once again. Christoph Leitgeb with the number 24 has been involved, and so too that man here. Felipe. Give us the right name here, should be Felipe Perez. I think it is, yes indeed. The 20-year-old new signing from Liefering, just down the road here. The partners with Red Bull Salzburg, and he's been working very well, that partnership for them in recent years. a feeling here after the first 9 minutes that it is Southampton who are hanging on in there. The Dutchman has been an excellent buy into the Premier League side. 54 caps for Holland. He's got the reputation of being a tremendous stopper. And I think that Fraser Forster, him being injured at the moment for Southampton, that is the main driving force behind that for the Saints. Bayo, Shane Long in there, so Ramirez. Playing as we're going along here at the moment, to be honest, without any numbers. And sit back and enjoy the game. The referee decided that is free kick just outside the area. It's like a good position as well here for maybe the Saints to score from here. He's going to have a job on his hands here, and somehow he comes straight off the white socks, and for the time being, a corner. For the time being, right off the hook, but just for a couple of seconds, the next corner is on the way. Shane Long setting himself up in the centre as well. There's a great header of the ball. Contact in there as well, but no problem so far from the goalkeeper. Stankovic, the number one. Tiran Stankovic, 22 years of age, new man from Grudik. It's the opener for the home crowd. They've still got the next bite of the cherry, maybe. It's the set pieces that will start to count in this game. Still waiting for the opener, 13 minutes played. It's going to be Benno Schmitz who will take this one. throw here from Stecklenburg at the right time. Might have done the job there. As it is, they've got to rebuild from the back once again. Here's Southampton. After losing the first game, of course, in the opening match we saw not too long ago against Valencia, it's a completely new 11 on the pitch here today. It would have been great to have some names on the back of those shirts as well, because at times you do tend to be a little bit too far away with your guys these days. So still fighting the heat here at the moment, not only your commentator, but also fighting the paperwork, to be honest with you. And I'm sure you might agree with me when I say that trying to find out who's actually playing on the pitch from this distance can be rather difficult when they didn't give you the lineups. Now, maybe they didn't know before they actually arrived, but bear with us. We'll try and our damnedest here to get everything working for you. Southampton, who will have their first game on August 8th at Newcastle in the Premier League. I think that's something that all the supporters are looking forward to at the moment here. Looking forward to a goal as well. Decent effort, Shane Long looking for it. And the goalkeeper did extremely well there, didn't he? Sijan Stankovic, and now it's the home side Red Bull with the crowd right behind them. Some good footwork there. The opener shoot is going to arrive any second now, and there's Stecklenburg again. Oh, we've seen two good saves from him so far. That was not a bad effort here from Revjak, the man from Bosnia-Herzegovina. Just delayed the shot for that half a second maybe to get a bit more timing and direction on it. Not making his opponent, but not getting the better of the goalkeeper, who's still one of the best. Stecklenburg, Netherlands. Over 50 caps played for the Netherlands. Including those 7 at the World Cup in South Africa. Well, the last years for him dates back now till 2012. A lot of other stiff competition in the Dutch squad. Southampton, now we've finally got a sheet with numbers on it. That's great. It's finally happened. Stephen Davis with the number 8 started that move. Throw in now from De Bayo. Salzburg searching, but not getting the better of the goalkeeper, but the rebound goes in, and the crowd go crazy. Well, the goalkeeper was absolutely brilliant to keep out that first shot. And as a rebound goes in, the crowd goes haywire. Well, let's have a look how it all happened. This is where the first shot came in. The goalkeeper can only parry it away. And now with that lovely diving header, you can see it from behind the scenes from Harvard Nielsen. That really was a deserved opener, I think, here for Red Bull Salzburg. Harvard Nielsen with the number 19, the 21-year-old. He makes it 1-0 for Red Bull Salzburg in the small final against Southampton. For the second time, Southampton have had to take a 1-0 deficit in this competition. The Audi Quattro Cup. In the traditional dress, not only, of course, in the part of the world, Bavaria, but also here, just down the road in the world. It's the Salzburger land. The Salzburger team, Red Bull, are leading against Southampton out of the Premier League by 1-0. There's also loads of room here for Michael Brandner. Cater's delivery, not really, just a bit too much pace on it. The same. This is the first shot that was brought away straight to the head of the goal scorer, Harvard Nielsen. And it's been at the Red Club since Red Bull Cup since what, 2012? But it actually came back this year after 1.5-year loan to Braunschweig in Germany. 13 times capped Norwegian international, was the man who put his team 1-0 up against Southampton. And everybody, all the Red Bulls, very happy indeed. Could be the chance, though, for goal number 1 in this competition for Southampton tonight yet again. Jay Rodriguez. It's so wonderful to see that man back on a football pitch again. Last season, not a single solitary game in the Premier League after all those injury worries that he'd been suffering. Jay Rodriguez, the Englishman, and 25-year-old. He missed a year with that cruciate ligament injury. Stayed at Manchester City, and that's it! Number 2! He came almost out of nowhere again, didn't it? 23 minutes into the match, and all of a sudden Red Bull Salzburg get their fans rolling with a 2-0 against Southampton, and a drink of water please as well for the head coach Peter Seidler. Also one for your commentator, let's celebrate that one. Let's take a look at this. This is where Southampton lost the ball in midfield. A perfectly timed pass through. And what about that for quick thinking? This is where it all happened. Tremendous stuff, really. And most definitely deserved. Mr. Oberlin, saying the crowd. My goodness, that really was something from Dimitri. Unusual name for him, Oberlin. Wearing the number 7 with a terrific strike. A Swiss under-19 international, by the way, who has his roots in Cameroon. All the new signings who they have a lot of fun with, I'm pretty sure, just arriving before the start of this campaign from FC Zurich. And goal number 3 is on the way, but somehow Southampton scrape it away off the line, and they're still in trouble. That one's just into the side netting. And I think some of the home crowd are suddenly starting to realise, why didn't we do this in the first game against Werder Bremen? To be fair to Red Bull Salzburg, I think in the opening stages, first 20 minutes or so, also against Werder Bremen, they get a good run for the money. And at the end of the day, it was Bremen who were victorious with their 4-0 victory. At the moment, with this 2-0 here, feeling that maybe Southampton is not quite having the day they would like to have. Time to pass here, that was the chance to get the ball past the defence from Red Bull Salzburg, who at the moment, to be honest, are playing a tremendous game. Taking their opportunities, too many mistakes in midfield at the same time from Southampton, but giving them those opportunities. That's a little niggly foul. Shea Rodriguez, so great to see him playing again. This is the second goal. That was taken so well, wasn't it? What a lovely touch from Dimitri Oberlin. 17 years of age. 17. Swiss under-19 international with his first goal for his new colours. That's right here with the Audi Quattro Cup. Goalkeeper again, Martin Stecklenburg, will have to be on his toes once again. We've seen 2-3 terrific saves from him so far in this game. Schmidt takes this corner, he might be involved yet again. And it falls nicely again. What is the defence from Southampton doing at the moment? There appears to be too much room. That was a chance there for Felipe Pires. They basically need a breather at the moment, Southampton, but they're not giving themselves one. Completely different 11 to the one that started in the first game in the 1-0 defeat against Valencia. Of course, that was just a few minutes back, not too long ago. The likes of Ramirez, Rodriguez, Shane Long, some excellent players on the pitch here. And they're under siege yet again. We have the home side, Red Bull, with yet again another chance to increase that scoreline. It's going to be Atanga to take it. There from David Atanga from Ghana, the under-20 Ghanaian international. That's the man who got the shot towards goal. That's another new signing, just arriving in January of this year from Red Bull Ghana. The views and arts from the crowd starting to enjoy this match and this afternoon as well. The sun has actually disappeared, as you might have realised here. It is local time, what, 20:07 now here in the very late afternoon. But of course, with it being the heart of summer in this part of the world, it stays bright till very, very late indeed. Just depending on where you're watching this game out there tonight. But the sun has disappeared. That's mainly due to the fact that we've got quite a few clouds coming our way. So, maybe might be in for a spot of rain later. It's been very clammy here the whole afternoon. So from the commentary box. So again, a bit of deception there by Naby Keita. Yeah, you can almost hear it going, can't you? What about the crowd starting to enjoy the game of football now? This is one that's just whistles past. It was always going wide, but why not have a go from distance? Harvard Nielsen, he scored the first, he almost scored goal number 3. Bottom side here, Michael Brandner, as he's called, wanted the ball. He had a lot of room, but still, it's Red Bull who finds some room inside the area. It's got to be goal number 2, surely. Well, it's straight to the arms of Stecklenburg, who's not happy at the moment with the way things are going. 6s and 7s at the moment. Southampton's defence are all over the place, and Pires almost got goal number 3 for Red Bull Salzburg. These games, of course, the pre-season international friendlies are there to match yourself against top quality. At the moment, the top quality is coming out of Austria in this game against Southampton. One pass for Shane Long. They got the throw in. Pass from Ramirez, it may have been a bit too short. The invitation was there to grab it away from the greens of Southampton, but maybe the long leg there a little too long from Naby Keita. So again, take a look at the greens at the moment. They're not there. They're doubling back quickly. There's still an opening here yet again for Red Bull Salzburg. Good work once again down that right wing from Felipe Perez. 20 years of age, new signing, and there's a whole host of new signings here for Red Bull on the pitch at the moment. Joshua Di Baio knocks it forward for Tadic. On his cross, there's nobody there. To his credit, Cedric Suarez rushing to the rescue. And at the end of the day, we did get a shot towards goal, but it's, at the moment, it does appear to be a little half-hearted. Very well wide of the target. And you can see the rather red flushed face at the moment on the right-hand side of the boss. I don't think that the Saints, Ronald Koeman will be happy with the way his team have been performing so far in this, albeit a friendly game. But there's something at stake. It's a bit of reputation, a bit of pride, of course, will always be involved in a game like this. Of course, he also wants to see which players are ready for the Premier League. And it's just around the corner. It's not that far away. Of course, they've got games coming, different trips, with different teams still to play against. This is rather an important game for them this afternoon, and hard work. Yeah. Hard work still to be done. So again, an opening, and it's Perez who's starting it. He really is the motor at the moment. And when if he's not in midfield, then he's moving out to the right-hand side. An interesting-looking prospect, this Felipe Perez. But the chance here for a consolation goal. It's been put well wide by Jay Rodriguez. 25-year-old former man who was born in Burnley, who came from Burnley in 2012 to Southampton, where they loved him, and they still do. Last season, not a single game, a year out with that cruciate ligament injury. Been a great time to score another goal, wearing a Saints shirt, although that green is not all too familiar, is it? So the Red Bulls making a change with number 26, Jonathan Soriano coming on. He really is the man here who played in the first game as well, lined up against, that's looking like a goal surely, and he goes past. You can see the Shane Long trying to get longer and longer and somehow scraping past the keeper. Take a look from this angle. He's not in an offside position here. It's a good pass forward, and possibly that should have been a goal for Southampton. It's still at the moment. 2-0. Arvid Nielsen, Dimitri Oberlin, the goal scorers here in the Red Bull Arena for Red Bull Salzburg. Southampton with, what, 6 minutes to go? Yeah, that's what the crowd thought about that one as well. Maybe Stankovic a little too careless. Happy-go-lucky. Call it what you want. That was a close call. For his team, nobody wearing green can actually latch onto it. Florian Gardas. Stecklenburg. Header forward from Rodriguez, but finding it difficult to create anything at the moment. The chances that are being created are few and far between. As Red Bull are creating more. And they've got one here now. The front line, Perez just about everywhere. So the final 5 minutes, don't forget, in case you've just joined us here at a very late stage, depending on where you're watching these games around the world here, Red Bull Salzburg are leading against Southampton with less than 5 minutes to go in the mini-final against the league from the Premier League club, Southampton. The final will be taking place after this game. Let's wait for this one first. What's Perez going to do with this? The shot towards goal, blocked though. Christoph Leitgeb enjoying himself as well, just in front of that D on numerous occasions. It's a tricky one from Gardos. Gardas, the man from Romania. Problems in the defence so far. Schmitz also got the last touch. Throw in here for Southampton. Taken by DeBayo. Throw for the White. I think that possibly Ramirez won't agree with the referee. Fight came up for Red Bull. Time is ticking for them as well. At least a crowd that's still chanting on the far side have had something to chant about in this competition on the home territory. That's a nice move by DeBayo. That was a clever idea as well. Trying to thread it forward. A lovely little touch we saw there from Shane Long. Fortunate for Dusan Tadic that been in an offside position, but maybe there's too much power on it, so that ball didn't quite come through for him. There's not much time remaining here for a Southampton goal. They haven't scored one so far in this competition. The first game losing against Werder Bremen. And a very interesting battle between those two. And in the second semi-final, Valencia dispatching Southampton by 2-0. The team that will be about to be dispatched by the host club, Red Bull Salzburg, here at the Red Bull Arena. Quattro Cup is slowly but surely drawing to a close in this game. 1 minute to go. And then we're in for the last round. It will be the final. First of all, final minute. Always going over, up and away. Would you believe it? We've got stoppage time in this game. Red Bull leading by 2-0. 45 minutes are over and another 12 seconds on top. And the head coach finally can celebrate a victory here this afternoon. I think I must say it has been a very interesting performance there by Red Bull. As far as Ronald Koeman and Southampton are concerned, I don't think they'll be too happy with that one. Peter Seidler, the new head coach in charge at Red Bull, has seen quite a bit, at least in this second appearance for his club here this afternoon in the Audi Quattro Cup, that will give him some hope for the future. The team that have always been, in the last 10 years, in the top 2 here in Austria, aim to do exactly the same thing again next season and take maybe the 3rd consecutive title in Austria's top flight. As far as Southampton are concerned, they've got a lot of work coming their way. We're going to take a little break and we're going to come back with the final as the water sprinklers come onto the pitch. That's where your commentator's going to go to cool down. The Audi Quattro Cup 2015, and we've got the final coming up with Werder Bremen against Valencia.
Yeah, thank you, Gary. And as you just said, we will have Valencia against Werder Bremen in our grand final of the Audi Quattro Cup. Welcome back. We're still pitch side. Joining me is Stefan Freund. Stefan, what do you think? Firstly, let's talk about Southampton, because a fantastic result for Salzburg. Let's get the negative out of the way. Southampton haven't at all really, to me, been impressive throughout this tournament. Is it because it's pre-season for them? Are they kind of working on something different rather than actually winning the game?
It is, and 29 players are in the squad overall today in both games, and a lot of youngsters are on the bench to come in. And what we said before, Ronald Koeman changed the whole 11, but all teams are do the same. But the squad is even bigger with a lot of youngsters involved, but still, and on the pitch with Rodriguez, Ramirez, Long, players that can create more chances and can beat Red Bull side.
Southampton in the Premier League over this last season have been very defensive. We talked about that before the match. They sometimes have struggled for goals, though, and they've all come at once. There was that amazing 8-0 against Sunderland, the 4-0 against Newcastle. Is that going to be a problem for them going into this season?
Yeah, you could see in the last 10 minutes they created 3 good chances, Ramirez, Rodriguez, Chain Long, but they didn't score. And I'm sure Ronald Koeman likes to improve up front, and Jay Rodriguez maybe is the key player for the new season if he stays after his long-term injury.
Ronald Koeman didn't look impressed, did he, on the sideline? What will he take away from this?
He's disappointed, of course, because they didn't score. They lost both games, and I'm sure he's not happy. But overall, it's a good experience for the players too. So they have to improve. They have to train even harder to be fit again for the Premiership and for a lot of hard, big games.
All right, let's move on to Salzburg then, because they take a lot of heart, and they took a lot of heart from that performance. Peter Seidler really needed that, given the 4-0 beating against Werder Bremen in the first match, and so did the fans. The stadium really uplifted. The atmosphere was fantastic when Red Bull Salzburg scored their first goal.
And they changed the whole squad too, so there's no excuse for Southampton. They changed the starting 11 also, and they look quicker, sharp, enjoying the game, and deserve to win the game and to beat Southampton. And it's good for Peter Seidler too, because the next big game's coming soon.
Let's take a look at that first goal, which was Harvard Nielsen, who scored the first goal with an assist by Perez, who was actually very active in that game, wasn't he?
Yeah, Perez played really well. You could see it's a really good counter-attack over the left side. And overall, they played really well on over the left side. Good save from Stecklenburg. And that's a great header from Nielsen. Great reaction, because he hasn't a lot of time to finish that header off.
Yeah, what an incredible rebound that was, to go in there with that diving header straight into the back of the net there. Not a lot the keeper could really do in that situation.
Yeah, and Stecklenburg is one of the best goalkeepers in the Premiership. It's good to have them back for Southampton, because he was at Fulham, and he's the number 2 at Holland.
The second goal was also assisted, set up by Perez to Oberlin, who is brand new signing, very impressive. Let's talk through this. He's actually just signed from Zurich at a very young age of 17.
Yes, and a great finish, and well played again from Perez. And Southampton are back with 6 players, great pass, and great determination to score the goal. And that's what you need as a striker up front.
How impressed are you with Oberlin? Do you think he's going to be a great asset, especially with Soriano? They've got a few decent strikers at Red Bull Salzburg.
Soriano is the number 1. But it's good to have another good striker. So he signed from FC Zurich for 2 million and give Peter Seidler another option. And that's what you definitely need, because a lot of games are coming soon. Next week the Cup games, the Champions League qualification games, 2 rounds, and they live the dream here to be qualified for the Champions League.
Salzburg really needed that performance for confidence, because even though the Premier League starts a lot later, and so does the Bundesliga, Salzburg start next week, as you said, in the Cup, and then their season starts. So a great start for them. But let's talk about you for just a moment, because we do have time to breathe. It's been a very fast tournament so far, hasn't it?
Exactly.
We've been chatting away trying to get all the points in. Yourself, you were at Tottenham as a player for 5 years. You've just finished as a technical coordinator at Tottenham and going into a bit of TV punditry and maybe into coaching a little bit later on. How do you feel about leaving such a club that you were there for 7.5 years in grand total? Yeah. So the fans absolutely loved you.
Yeah, difficult.
I can say that they loved you.
Thank you very much. No, I always said to come back to Tottenham Hotspur in a coaching role is a dream. And that was happened in 2012. I worked there now 3 years, 2 years as assistant coach, as an international coordinator. Now Maurizio Pochettino came in with his own coaching staff, what I understand. And now my contract is finished. And I'm sure one day I will come back, because I love the club and I love the Premier League.
So to make you want that even more, we found this just for you, to surprise you. Have a look at some of the Tottenham fans. And
I know that song, and I still have goosebumps because the supporters have been always fantastic to me. And I wasn't the most skillful player, we all know. But it was always
you were the most skilled. Oh my gosh, there's you on the tube as well.
Yeah, on the way to the League Cup final.
I'm glad that you travel by tube, by the way, rather than taking a car.
No, if you live in London, it's better to go by tube, because it takes only a few minutes sometimes.
Look at those, look at the fans. What's that make you feel when you watch that back now, that footage? It must make your kind of heart lift and you really almost want to play again?
No, not playing again, but to work for Tottenham Hotspur again. And I still have a meeting on the 22nd with Donna Cullen to maybe still be involved, to do something for the club in the future, because it's in my heart, when you play for Tottenham Hotspur for 4.5 years, and you're a legend of the club now in the Hall of Fame. How can you go away without tears?
Exactly, and that's what's so special about football. For some reason, though, we have a golf ball, a rugby ball, and a tennis ball on our desk. I want you to pay close attention to this next video. What's up with this?
Hello, I am Dionis Soriano. This is Keep 'em Up Church.
They did very well there with the different balls. Have you guessed what I'm going to ask you to do? I promise you, Stefan has no idea. We've kept this a complete surprise. So the reason why we have them, I want you to have a go. I want to see if you can beat the guys from Red Bull Salzburg. You're looking at me like,
2004.
Yeah, you're not impressed now.
Of course I'm not impressed.
If you're good, you don't have to do all three. So I want you to pick one. Which one would you pick? The rugby ball, I thought so, of course. Make sure you get it at the right angle, and we're going to count to see how many you can do. So Stefan's gone for the rugby ball. Soriano was very good at it. Are you ready? Okay, let's go. 1, 2, come on, Stefan. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Little back foot there. 8, 9, 9. Nah, that was quite good. Nah, I love the little back heel. But you've got a bit of a crowd. A few of the people were clapping you on now, about 3. But that was very well done. Do you want to have another go at the... Go on, a very quick one. Would that be your second pick? Okay. Tennis ball. 1, 2. 1! No, you don't get a second chance. Oh, second chance then. 2. A header. 3, 4, 5. 5. That wasn't too bad. Do you want to have a little go with the golf ball then? Go on, you have to have a go now.
Okay, no, you haven't.
No, I have to do it. I'm a TV presenter, I don't have to. I'm not a former footballer. I'll race you down the pitch. Okay, ready? You've got to get 2. 1, 2, 3, 3. That's quite good. 9 with the rugby ball was quite impressive. Did you enjoy that?
No.
Off camera, you're going to really kill me, aren't you? All right, so that was a little bit of fun.
15?
Yeah, 15. Something. Well, add another one in. Let's say 16.
22.
22. You were great. You were even better than Soriano. I mean, God, you should get back on the pitch. All right, anyway, let's move on. So we do have our grand final. Werder Bremen are taking on Spanish giants Valencia. Werder Bremen were really impressive. The 4 goals, I think we'll just take a look at them and go back through our highlights to go through the 4 goals and just talk us through, Stefan, how impressed you were, because when we were watching them, you were quite surprised.
Yeah, they didn't start well, but with the first goal from Barkfrede, I don't know why they couldn't play better in the first 10-15 minutes, but with the first goal they had a lot of confidence, they played really well. Of course, on the counter-attacking football is easier than to try to dominate the game, and that's why it was really difficult for Salzburg to come back, and they scored really good goals. The Ulja won a fantastic cross from Junuzovic, great to watch, and in the end Santos scored. and Garcia, the new signing, the left back squad, so it's great.
Yeah, Anthony Uja was really impressive. It'd be very interesting to see what the team lineup is, to see whether both of the managers from both Valencia and Werder Bremen decide to completely change their
what
teams.
we said before.
Yeah, exactly. We think they have. If you want to see some of the goals, like the 4 Werder Bremen goals or the 2 from Salzburg, none from Southampton, I'm afraid, Saints fans, you can go on the website redbull.tv. There's an event analyzer. You can pretty much direct the matches yourself, look at how many goals, go through the assists, rewind and add your own direction to the TV. So take a look, have a look at the action, and do stay with us as well for our grand final of the Audi Quattro Cup.
No,
I am not doing
You try now.
Okay, here you go. There, header. And I think maybe that's our cue to get to the grand final. What do you think?
Good chance.
You're not talking to me anymore.
I'm shocked now.
It's your fault for giving me a tennis ball. Don't throw that rugby ball at me or that golf ball. All right, let's head to the grand final and join your commentator, Gary Preston.
Yes.
And so a big warm welcome back here. This is the final. This is the one we're waiting for. And of course here with the Werder players and Valencia players about to come onto the pitch. I think quite a few of the supporters from a Red Bull on that far side, maybe not quite as loud as they were before. That was a good result for Red Bull, I think. The Salzburg team finally enjoying a victory in the mini-final. That was the 2-0 victory against Southampton, with the Premier League side unfortunately not able to score a goal in this brand new competition. It's a pre-season, international, invitational, friendly, and so far you have been invited around the world. Welcome back to the Audi Quattro Cup 2015, powered by Salzburger Land, the Red Bull Arena in Salzburg. That's the home. Some of the crowd here at the moment is enjoying a little bit of a sing-song. I'll be perfectly honest with you, your commentator will not be singing all too much here this afternoon. I've sung enough. But definitely looking forward to the final. So Valencia and Werder Bremen. It's La Liga against Bundesliga. Bundesliga way up north in Germany. Right in the top left-hand corner, that is where Bremen is. If you take a look at the map of Germany, don't ask me how many kilometers it is as the crow flies from here. Your commentator can't fly. Valencia, of course, in that beautiful part of the world in La Liga. And that beautiful part of the world in La Liga is position number 4 in the table. That's where they were last time out. And who knows what's going to happen this next time around. Certainly in the Champions League. And Nuno Espirito Santo, the head coach and the Portuguese manager here for Valencia. So he's changed his team around yet again. And who can blame him? The same thing applies to Werder Bremen and Victor Skripnik as well. So the Audi Quattro Cup is up for grabs, and one of these two teams will have it at the end of 45 minutes. That's how long we'll have to wait until we find out who does take this brand new cup here. The Audi Quattro Cup. They've got their traditional orange again here, the traditional greens, and the national anthems. So with the two national anthems of the two countries representing this final here today, the Audi Quattro Cup 2015, powered by Salzburg land. Here at the Red Bull Arena, handshakes all around. The referees, the assistants. The referee is Christopher Jäger. And we have Mr. Roland Riedel, Andreas Staudinger. Day football teams battling away down there today. Werder Bremen in green from left to right. From right to left is Valencia. Again, there has been a whole host of changes to the two sides. We have in goal for the Valencia team. Again, Dominic, he has made it again into that position. Other than that, we have Sergio Ayala, Acabo, Diallo, Bakali, De Paul, Mina, Cariabia, Tropi, Zahibo, and Ruiz. Those are the 11 on the pitch. In orange, the starting 11 for Werder Bremen is Felix Wiedwald. In goal, then we have Cedric Macchiardi, Ajicic, Österlali, a player to watch in the heart of the midfield. Izet Hajrovic, Mateo Pavlovic, a new man, is returning back after loan. Felix Kors, yes, his brother is Tony, he's on there too. Finn Bartels, Gabriel Selassie is still there. Oliver Husing and Yannick Sternberg. So Valencia, from right to left, will want to take this first trophy of the season, and it looks as though exactly what they want to do. That really was a strong, powerful run here. First early warning signals for Werder Bremen's defence, almost catching him off guard right from the off. The goalkeeper would have had no chance there against Rodrigo de Paul. Rodrigo de Paul, an Argentine, 21 years of age. Last season, 25 games played in La Liga, scoring his very first strike as well in Spanish football. And not a bad one to go with it. Zakaria Bakali had a bit of room down that left-hand side. Brand new signing, by the way. Bakali just arriving, just literally a couple of days ago on July the 6th. And it arrived for PSV. It's a free agent. Came somewhat as a surprise, I think. Him maybe as well, who knows? But Zakaria Bakali, the Belgian, has his roots in Morocco. He's the man wearing the number 16. It looks as though he's taking over at the moment the winger position down the left. Here, all the names for you. Again on the break and on the defence, no real big problems for the goalkeeper who could collate that one between his hands. It is Felix Wiedwald again who's between the sticks. 25-year-old, it looks as though he could be the number one for the up-and-coming Bundesliga season. On the far side it's Job Dominic. That could be the same thing applying in the Spanish league, in La Liga, for Valencia. The injury worries as well. throw football. Again, it's number 20, De Paul. Jiggle with the left hip and almost getting past the German defence there. Can't see it at the moment, folks. Looking up into the sky, we do have all of a sudden very dark clouds creeping in. That's why the floodlights are in full force again, because normally at this time of night, what is it, just after 7:20, local side here in the Audi Quattro Cup final down in way down in the south, over the German border in Salzburg. It's been glorious. Normally this time of year the weather is still a lot of sunshine. Rain might be coming. Pass from Zahibo. From Chorpi. Intercepted and run back there. Pass forward for Cristianali. And terrific save. Great reaction from the keeper. Not too far away. He's not too happy with his defence either, because that was a close call. Corner, the referee wants that back again. There's a bit of pushing and shoving going on. Corner out of this one, taken by Hajrovic. So yet again another corner here. Since we saw that last shot there from Finn Bartels, we've had two corners, or three corners, back to back. It is Bremen who are threatening again, and once again a similar situation that we saw in the first game when they were playing against Red Bull Salzburg, Werder Bremen. It was the home side who got off to possibly the better start of the two sides, but then Bremen taking over. And here the same thing applying maybe the early stages of the game with Valencia looking a bit more confident. 6 minutes into the game at the moment. Bremen look as though they've gained in confidence. It's been a long, long time since Werder Bremen won the international scene 10 years ago. Long before the rain comes down here at the moment. It won't take long before that man might just start thinking about different measures to get past the Werder Bremen defence here. Intercepted here though by, this is Ayala. This is Diallo. Interesting player, Diallo, 18 years of age. In January of this year from this is the chance I think for them. No, just arriving this year. Diallo, not all too long ago. Salah. Wings. And that's the way of getting past this wide awake green of Werder Bremen at the moment. Yeah, that's offside. With the decision, that was a country mile offside, wasn't it? Say so far, I think all the officials have done a very good job of this Audi Quattro Cup here. Salzburg's Red Bull Arena. Some of the crowd on the far side are now finally getting their shower as the rain is coming down. Midfield collects and gets rid straight away. Goalkeeping that quite a few goalkeepers have been trying to do themselves, but Wiedwald has been doing that for many years. He's not one of those Manuel Neuer copies. Still just tender age of 25 as well, the goalkeeper. You can see with the views of the players down on the pitch that we do have quite a lot of rain coming down now, and really the supporters on the far side might feel happy for it as well. It has been rather hot, but it's still a bit stifling. Free kick taken, not quite converted. There was some shoving from behind, says the referee. Maybe an offside position to go with it. Signalised here by the referee's assistant. Let's have a look from this angle. It's offside. Well seen as well. Perfect. Definitely done by the man on the touchline. This is where Valencia are up the best, coming down the wings with the ball at the feet and the wind behind them. It's a massive challenge there. It's Tony Kroos's brother, Felix Kroos, the man wearing the number 18. 24 years of age now. Undoubtedly a very talented player, but they're using different measures. Would have been a rather curious goal if it had gone all the way. Still every credit to Mr. Wiedwald. That would have been certainly a lot of luck involved to make it 1-0 with that one. This is what happened from behind the scenes. It would have been one of the most curious own goals I've seen for a long time. And even that, Wiedwald attempting to stop it going over for a corner, which he couldn't do. Clearance out of the danger zone by Werder Bremen. Back in business though, straight away with Bakali, the new boy. This is Ruiz. Pass in from Zahibo. Another delicious pass. Well, I don't know, 25, 30 yards almost for the left to the right hand side. Looking too happy again. Federico Cartavia after this challenge from behind. Cartavia has been here for a couple of years now. He's going to take that free kick. Also, one of the boys from the Valencia B, the academy. It has to be one of the best academies in the world. Idea from De Paul. He almost got the better of the midfield wearing green, but they're coming forward now. Werder Bremen, good run to by Ajicic. Levent Ajicic with the number 10, coming off the shoulder of Izet Hajrovic. That's his name. I was asking a question. Izet Hajrovic. This one. The man with the number 10. It's one of the interesting young players that could make the grade, given the chance. He's had 11 games last season and scored his first goal as well, the German Turk. Still 10 age of 21. He's the guy wearing number 10. Watch him on the pitch wearing green. He might want to prove himself here this afternoon. So ball picked up by Troppy, sorry. Nice little turn, good work from Bakali again, quite impressed. That's a decent pass too, for the shot was got to come, but straight into the arms of the goalkeeper. Good turn once again here from Rodrigo De Paul, who's always ready to get a shot off straight to goal. Werder Bremen, quick on the attack. This is Ajicic and Hajrovic. Selassie. Pass from Audi. Again at the heart of the midfield for them. Finn Bartels, that was a decent effort, and Selassie went all the way, and it almost ended up being an own goal that somehow sitting on the ball at the right time was what it was all about for Diallo. Ibrahim Diallo just literally not sitting down at work, but making quite sure that nobody wearing green could get that. As we're showing you this replay, we've just got a real noise coming over. It's not from the loudspeakers, that was thunder, the lightning. There you go, we got some photos for you now here. That's the scene that's been coming over for the last 20 minutes here. It does look rather threatening. In a moment, 17 minutes played in this game. Both sides have been threatening, haven't delivered. Not yet. It's a clever pass. Oh my goodness, yeah, he came too late. He really came more than too late. Is it Hajrovic? 14, Switzerland and Bosnia. Those are the countries that he's lived in. He is a Swiss international with roots in Bosnia. Nasty foul, the 23-year-old who was born in Bruges, just down the road in Switzerland, not all too far away really. 18 minutes, is this the chance that Valencia are waiting for? It's been cleared by Course. again, Salva Ruiz. On the left wing, that's the same position at the moment that Rodrigo de Paul has, although he keeps moving into the centre. You can see here, the crowd are moving back. It's been a wonderful afternoon, all afternoon, but just moving a little bit further back where the shade was, and now that's where the rain isn't. Rain torrential at the moment. It's turning out to be a storm here. You can't actually see this on your TV screens as bad as it is. But he's chucking it down here as the crowd run for cover. The brave ones have been sat down. You can see them here. The brave ones have actually been sat there for quite. I'm not bothered about weather. I'm sitting where I am. Thank you. And at the moment, they're all going. Do we feel sorry for the football players on the pitch? At the moment it's 0-0, 20 minutes have gone in the Audi Quattro Cup on the 11th of July. And at 22-8, the referee is thinking, why has the sun gone? This is going to make the playing surface, I think, a little difficult for both of these two sides. To be fair to both of these two teams at the moment, the Greens and the Oranges, the opponents Werder Bremen and Valencia, it's a bit 50-50. From the Portuguese comes up. Good goalkeeping there. He's found Tony Kroos as well. Machichik. Too far maybe for the feet of Arovic. Wherever you are around the world, by the way, I hope that there's not too much interference. I am getting a little bit of interference in my headphones here. Because of the weather, it seems to be getting a little bit better. I'm a very positive person, as you might realise. He's chucking me down here. Fighting spirit from the boys on the pitch, you have to say. A last touch there we just saw from Theodore Kepler Selassie. Right back to the man who, 28, has a great future in front of him. I think he was Werder Bremen. You know, what, 3 years with the German club. Look at that rain coming down here. It is diabolical. First time here this afternoon, I must admit there is a little bit of something called cold air actually coming into the cubicles where we're commentating here. That was a chance, almost taken, and that was another one that almost went in. But my goodness, maybe out of luck a little bit. Let's have a look from this angle. Took a nasty deflection to the top of the net, with a good turn nonetheless here. Going this again for Federico Catania. Oh my goodness. Big man rose to the occasion. Diao couldn't quite get it home. It's about the closest we've come to seeing an opening goal in this final here on 23 minutes. There's, as we said before, 45 minutes all in all in this final. That's all the time that we have. If We don't have a goal scorer, which would, in actual fact, happen for the first time on the fourth game that we've seen here this afternoon since everything started in coverage around the world. And that would be the first time we haven't seen a goal. That would mean a penalty shootout, but not the kind of penalty shootout that you might have seen before. It's sudden death. If you don't score, you don't get the trophy. Of Selassie, who's getting in the way. He's a very agile man, the Czech international, has his roots in Ethiopia. Matteo Pavlovic, that's one of the guys who are just coming back into the team. Pavlovic, a Croatian under 21 international. He's wearing the number 15. The number 4 that he's going to be getting. Just been on loan recently, and whether he's going to get a chance, Pavlovic, to prove himself during the coming campaign in the Bundesliga remains to be seen. But I think the fact that he's actually in the final here by Viktor Skripnik is he has been proving himself in training recently in the past couple of weeks. Free kick taken by De Paul. Capable hands yet again here from Felix Wiedwald. Too happy with the delivery over the halfway line. Again, De Paul. Team players on him. That looks as though I think he might have had a good ball there, Felix Kors. Free kick for Valencia. And the first yellow card of the tournament. It looks as though it might have been 2 and a red! Oh my goodness! Felix Kors has received a yellow card, and then because he was so disgusted with receiving the yellow card, he then received a second and the automatic red. And wow, in a final, in a friendly, the referee has to know what he wants. Let's have a look again why it just actually happened. Well, I mean, you can see here that Gabriel Selassie also is maybe being held at the same time by Bakali. And then Felix Kors, not happy, throwing the ball away. He gets a yellow card for that one. That's why he got the yellow. Come back, says the referee, this is your yellow for your troubles. And then he said something else and gave him another one. And a red to go with it. Well, yeah. He's got a smile on his face, but believe you me, Tony's younger brother, Felix Kors, is not a happy chappy, and I think the referee didn't look too happy either with that decision. Christopher Jäger sends off Felix Kors in a friendly final, and I don't really think there was a reason for it. That's my personal opinion. This could be the chance now for Valencia, of course. Oh, Wiedwald, yet again. He really is an agile character. You know, those olden days we used to think of goalkeepers who were cats. He is one of those. That's a good run. Excellent run by Öztunali. Levin Öztunali with the number 11. We haven't seen all too much of him at the moment in this game, but he's the man who can make a difference. This was the chance from Valencia, and again almost ended up being an own goal. Tonali, by the way, the man wearing the number 11, a very famous person, is his granddad. That is none other than the Germany legend Uwe Seeler. Not his granddad. It is his granddad. Yeah, it is his granddad. This is his daughter. Giving birth to Levin, Tonali. That's the blood. He's a great footballer. That looks as though it's a foul too on Selassie. Free kick for Werder Bremen, who got their backs against the wall here at the moment. It is still 0-0, and if it does continue with the yellow-shirted Wiedwald, who you can't see at the moment, playing tremendous football and stopping everything that's flying towards his goal, we might go away to a penalty shootout with at least 2 kicks. We'll find out. This one's been taken. Being given away. Is it Hajrovic? Stuff again, of course, the goalkeeper seeing it coming here, but Valencia using that space at times, anticipating where the ball is coming. Valencia, without a doubt, A-class outfit. It's being just the start of the coming seasons for all these teams, and they're all hoping to do better than they did in their domestic league last time out. Now, last time out for Valencia was position number 4 in La Liga. For Werder Bremen, it was position number 10, which just happened to be the best it actually had in the last 5 years. There was a time, of course, in the 90s when early after the change of the century, those are times when Werder Bremen were constant visitors in Europe. It hasn't taken place for some time. Last international, the game they actually played Werder Bremen, that was a 3-0 home win against Inter Milan in December of 2010. They're coming forward now with Tonali, and he's been brought down, and it's a yellow card, yes, and it was deliberate. That is Uwe Seeler's young grandson, who, not him, the was brought down. Here with the number 11. He was through, and to be honest, his opponent was trying to get the ball at the same time. Carlos Torpi, 20 years of age, also an academy player in the first team. So free kick. Selassie's got a heck of a right boot. He might go for it himself here. Hajrovic. Hajrovic over the top of the crossbar. That's the first free kick I think we've seen for some time. The rain we have seen for some time. For the past 15 minutes, it has been raining cats and dogs. And both teams here fighting all the way in the poor conditions to get the title. Again, he's one of those players, is it Hajrovic, who has always been showing skills that he most certainly possesses. He's been capped 10 times by Bosnia. He's scored 2 goals for Bosnia, and who has Switzerland and Bosnian roots. Countries as well, until he finally decided that it was the land of his father where he would finally tie up the boots, playing for his country. At 23 years of age, I'm still waiting for him to do the big breakthrough. And we're in the number 14 in green. Something going to do this afternoon. He's got a few more minutes. 11 to be exact for both of these two sides. Another shot towards goal, but it's well covered yet again by Felix Wiedwald, who hasn't not put a foot wrong in anything that he's done so far. Goes down. 31 is the don't get me wrong, this is Audi on the pitch at the moment. We do have a free kick here now though for Werder Bremen. It could be a free kick situation that decides how this game goes, and you can see here there's quite a bit of pain here at the moment. Yannick Sternberg put in a lot of effort, hasn't been involved in too many incredible passes, but he's always been there, the left back, when the threat was coming down from the right wing from Valencia. So if he can recover, 22-year-old Sternberg is back on his feet, and we've got a free kick position here. Could cause problems here for the goalkeeper Dominic. Straight into the wall. Chichik will take the corner. They certainly had more corners, haven't they, Werder Bremen? And in the latter part of this game here, they are trying to get themselves wedged inside Valencia's area. Don't forget, of course, Valencia always quick off the break. That was an opportunist attempt from Yannick Sternberg. And got a deflection off it as well. And it came 2013 from Hamburg's reserves to Werder Bremen reserves, and now here. 24 Greens are playing well too. So, next corner. Yet again, Irovic involved. Picked up nicely. Cedric Macchiardi. Header from Sternberg. The referee saw an infringement. The goalkeeper, in actual fact, has hurt his right hand, I think. Maybe he fell awkwardly. He's back on his feet. Certainly no time wasting there from Dominic. Let's see what happened here. Well, yeah, he's got something to his ribs there. There was certainly no malicious intent here from any of the players on the pitch. I don't think so. There was maybe an elbow there, but I don't think it was a deliberate attempt to hurt the goalkeeper. So Hirovic is coming off. And who's coming on? Was dispossessed there. This is the chance. The new man on the pitch is Julian von Hake. Julian von Hake with the 26, another young man who's willing to prove himself. Years of age, Bremen born. And a couple of changes here as well for Valencia, with not too much on the clock. Andresito I just saw coming on. And also Robert Ibanez. Those are the two players going on here for Valencia with, 38 minutes on the clock. into the eyes of the head coach here. What can you read in between those not too many lines? Feeling you might think we're on the way to a mini penalty shootout. Nuno Espirito Santo has got an interesting team, most certainly with Valencia, who will cause, I think, some of the big boys also in the Spanish league, once again in La Liga, a lot of problems next season. Today, it's pre-season friendly at the Audi Quattro Cup 2015. Those problems they met have been caused by Werder Bremen, who have really held their own, and they've been doing that for some time with 10 men now as well. And still, Valencia can't quite find an opening past them. Torsten Frings on the touchline. We just saw there a former Werder Bremen great. He's the assistant to Mr. Skripnik. Has decided we're going to have a change. So Öztürk, I think it is, who's coming off here. No, it's not. It is Ayçiçek. Ayçiçek is coming off. So we've got Florian Grilic, who's coming on again. Very young man, just budding at the moment, as they would say. He's learned to tie up his shoelaces. It's very unusual that ball is curling away from the byline. So, long throw taken by Salzburg. Well, Macchiardi holds up his hand and he knows that was a foul. It was an outstretched boot there. Again, I don't think there's any malice intended. Yellow card, yes. Really came in rather hard there against Carlos Troppi. Here with the outstretched sole of the boot. He showed it in the studs, didn't he? He really did. Nothing wrong with the booking and the yellow card for Cedric Macchiardi. Slowly but surely, folks, and football fans around the globe, we are slowly reaching the scene where we're going to have the penalty shootout. 41 minutes, 35 seconds now. And will one of these two teams score a goal? If not, it will be a penalty shootout. And I think I did explain to you before the start of the game that it's not the type of penalty shootout that we used to see at least 5 penalty takers. It's going to be 1 against 1, and if one misses, one does not win the cup. Oh, that's a foul from behind too. Finn Bartels is a very pacey character. Yellow cards coming out. Now, we haven't seen a yellow card in any of the other games, and this is the 3rd yellow card, including a sending off we've seen as well. This one going for Wilfried Sahibo for this challenge. There's nothing wrong with that yellow and the bookable offence as well, going against Wilfried Sahibo. Floated in nicely. Bremen still almost in control. Yes, a little shove at the wrong time, right in front of the referee's eyes. And that means wide awake again, lucky Audi. That's where Valencia are so dangerous on that break. They see an opening. For 1 second, you're not quite as awake as you was a split second ago, and then they're off. I have to say that Bremen have been wide awake throughout the complete 43.5 minutes. And this could be, and it's almost there, but it's got to be, surely. He's got the side netting, the goalkeeper, fantastic reactions, and we're going to get the replay for you. Let's take a look here from this angle. It's a lovely, lovely turn. Great stuff from the goalkeeper, just gets his right toe to it, and it's just a corner. And we have just 1 minute remaining. And that's... wow, spectacular. Did you get that one on your cameras? I mean, Finn Bartels was never going to score from that position, surely. But after the flick on header, he most certainly was going to give it a try. Seconds remaining on this clock. Football supporters out there. 45 minutes almost over with. For the most part, Werder Bremen have been down to 10 men after the sending off of Felix Klaus. And that is the 45 minutes. It's the first 0-0 we've seen, and it's been in the final. But I tell you what, it was a good 0-0. No goals scored, but we could have had goals galore. There were chances for Werder Bremen that came off the crossbar. We had chances from Valencia. They could have scored as well if it hadn't have been for an excellent Felix Wiedwald. On the other side, Dominic, the 24-year-old keeper between the sticks for Valencia, also putting up a fine performance. And at the end of the day, I think that was a just result. 0-0. So, Audi Quattro Cup 2015 still has no decisions. Who's going to take it home? Victor Skripnik, just talking about the game here this afternoon. In the meantime, evening, it's 8:05 local time here in Austria on a Saturday night. And we have a few minutes to go before we do finally find out who lifts this very first trophy. It's been highly entertaining. Pre-season invitational friendly for the Audi Quattro Cup 2015. Powered by Salzburgerland, Red Bull Arena, the home of Salzburg. They did well. They took position number 3 already after the victory against Southampton. And now it's up to the goalkeepers, I think, to decide who will take the trophy for the first time. It's a sudden death penalty shootout, and that means whoever goes first, I haven't quite seen yet if any decisions have been made, but whoever goes first, if they score, the other team has to score, otherwise they're out. If the first team that takes the penalty doesn't score, the other ones have to, and they win the title and the cup to go with it. Obviously, we have some excellent penalty takers down there tonight. Victor Skripnik has a few himself. He doesn't look too worried at the moment, does he? The head coach from Werder Bremen. He is an absolute hero, by the way, Victor Skripnik, the man that took over from the sacked Robin Dutz. And he did so. They were 16th in the table, Werder Bremen. And he took them very quickly back up again. Wow, we just had another flash of lights outside. hope that the rain doesn't come down again. So have a flash of light here from the floodlights on the pitch that are turning and going around, the disco lights, let's call them that way. So Felix Wildwald, the goalkeeper, who has had a tremendous performance so far for Werder Bremen, will be facing his opposite number, basically, Dominic. Others will take the penalties. He won't be, of course, he's been sent off. So let's find out who it's going to be. Valencia, I think, can be also proud of the way their team are playing already before the start of any major campaign. The friendlies in July are here, of course, to give us all the opportunity to see the teams, get to know the new players, but most of all, they're there for the players themselves and, of course, for the managers, so they can suss out who is good enough for the coming season, who's got the bottle, who's got the right-footed cracker, who's going to score the goals. So let's see who's going to score this one. It is Julian von Harker who's going to take the first penalty. 21 years of age, who's never played a Bundesliga game in his life. He's been thrown in at the deep end. And he scored like a pro. Oh my goodness, how cool can you get? I've done this all my life. In you go. 1-0 for Werder Bremen. You can see the look on the face of the bench from Werder Bremen. My goodness. Torsten Frings himself, a cool character in the past, I think was rather impressed there. He's had a great game so far and he continues to play great. That was a lovely delivery into the top left-hand corner for Rodrigo de Paul. So, Bremen started, which means if he misses this, they're still going to take one, surely. They can't allow it. That would be unfair. We'll see what happens. It is Levent Ustunadi. This is Uwe Seeler's grandson. And this was a typical Uwe Seeler right boot, I think. Cool finish again, and now it's up to, yet again, the goalkeeper to prove his worth. Felix Wiedwald up against Mina, Santiago Mina. And cool too, although I think I heard a sound there from the right glove of Wiedwald. Maybe he came close, but right through the middle. The goalkeeper was going left, managed to get the right hand up at the same time, but not enough to stop it going in. So it's 2-2. And now we've got Yannick Sternberg, the left back, who had such a great performance as well, I thought, for Werder Bremen. A very good day's honest work at the office. Let's see what happens here. He's up against Dominic. Sternberg. He converted all the way. So what initially was a sudden death, as we said, and maybe we weren't going to see too many penalties, but they keep converting them. So it's now 3-2. Salva Ruiz is the next man up, wearing orange for Valencia. It's been saved by the hero. The goalkeeper is definitely Felix Wiedwald's super green hero, and that is it. It's Werder Bremen who have taken the very first Audi Quattro Cup 2015. I tell you what, up against a team like this, Valencia, albeit a friendly, we know, but let's not take anything away from the performance here from both of these two sides. This is the missed penalty. That was the save that gives the Audi Quattro Cup 2015 straight into the hands of Werder Bremen, the team from way up north in Germany. We can really look forward, I think, to a decent season maybe in the Bundesliga that will be coming just around the corner in the not too distant future for them. Starting on the 15th, Schalke will be facing them. Sounds like a decent start to the Bundesliga for Werder Bremen. And who knows, maybe with this kind of performance against Valencia, maybe they can go all the way.
And all that was going to penalties, something that the Germans enjoy, and they've succeeded. Congratulations to Werder Bremen there, winning on penalties.
As always.
I knew you were going to say something. I haven't even introduced you into shot yet, Stefan.
mention the Germans, of course.
I had to mention the Germans. I'm English. Actually, you were cheering Werder Bremen, so I started to cheer Valencia just to kind of annoy you. But how impressed are you with Valencia? With Werder Bremen?
No, overall, is always lucky to win in penalties because there was an even game and Valencia created a few more chances. But with 10 men against 11 for 30 minutes is hard. So that's why in the end maybe Werder Bremen deserve.
What a great start as well to the season. Winning a cup already for Werder Bremen. The fact that they were the bottom of the table going into kind of Christmas last year, and then they got their new manager and then managed to finish 10th just outside the Europa League places. Are we going to see a lot more from Werder Bremen now in Europe?
Yeah, when Viktor Skripnik came in, the new coach, everything changed. A lot of youngsters are coming in, a lot of youngsters played today, are part of the squad, and they finished 6th in the second half of the season. So maybe they can challenge for a European place.
I think we should take a look at the save in just a moment's time, just because of how many times Werder Bremen get criticised for their defence and their save, but they've got Felix Wiedwald, and I think he deserves praise. But first, let's go to Ronald Rang, who's with Gabriel Selassie.
Yes, on a day that started with sunshine and ended with rain, the sunny smile is still on Werder Bremen's face. Quite some good football from you, and a deserved victory, even down to 10 men.
Yeah, thanks. For us, it was not an easy game because we have been down to 10 men, but we showed our spirit, and in the end of the game, we won.
Thank you very much, Theodor. Back to you.
Thank you, Ronald. It's great to hear from the players, and they will be receiving a cup and a celebration just a moment in time. Just behind us on pitch, we're in the corner of the pitch, and thank the Lord it stopped raining and lightning. We were worried at one point. I think let's take a look at some of the penalties. First, take a look at the save from Felix Wiedwald. A fantastic save from him, and there's been so many problems in Werder Bremen with goalkeepers. There's been a history since Tim Wiese, and everybody wanted him to come back, and they've managed to sign Felix Wiedwald from Frankfurt.
Yes, Mielitz was the first one to try to be consistently strong as a goalkeeper, then Wolf, and now is Felix Wiedwald. So, and that's a good start for him because he signed from Eintracht Frankfurt, did really well in the tournament. I'm sure we'll give him some confidence. He saved the winning penalty. So hopefully for Werder Bremen, they have now a top-class goalkeeper again.
Yeah, that's a big improvement for them. What about Valencia? What can you take from their performance?
I think for them is the most important to play the games on the highest level because they have to prepare themselves for the Champions League qualification in August. It's only a few weeks ago, so every big game against the top teams like Werder Bremen or Southampton will help to improve, and they have a lot of new signings for a lot of money, so they have to build a new team and a team spirit that you can go all the way.
And let's take a look at the red card as well, because slightly controversial by Cruz. He looked extremely shocked himself, and yourself and me, we had to watch it back so many times because we were trying to wonder what it was actually for. This is the first yellow card, so it was 2 yellows. It's where he picked the ball up and headed it.
Yeah.
And then the second yellow card, we can see there he headed the ball. The second yellow card was a flick of the hand almost, dissent against the referee. What do you think the 2 yellows were for? Was it dissent, disrespect for the referee? Was it called for?
Yeah, Christopher Jäger, I think, overreacted a little bit in that moment, because it's not a Premier League game today or a Bundesliga game, and a reaction like that are part of the game. If you give yellow, red for that 2 things, then you have 10 yellow or red cards in the Premiership.
Yeah. Well,
in every game.
Exactly. It started raining, I think I do think. So let's get on with the winners' ceremony and head over to champions Werder Bremen of the Quattro Cup. Here's Gary Preston.
And welcome to the champions and also the experts on the side of the pitch. We've just been seeing talking about that red card that we saw for Felix Kors. I can't agree more. This is the champion of the Audi Quattro Cup winner 2015, powered by Salzburg land, the very first time, and all the glitter to go with it as well. It's really been an entertaining, exciting cup, I have to say, straight from the off, and we've seen some tremendous goals to go with it. I'm sure you're going to see all those goals as well at some later stage on the internet. You can take a look. The Audi Quattro Cup 2015 in the Red Bull Arena, Salzburg. The ball just ran maybe for Werder Bremen at the end of the day just a little bit better than their opponents, Valencia. That penalty saved by a tremendous goalkeeper and new signing from Frankfurt, Felix Wiedwald. He's a hero, and who knows, he might even take that one and put it underneath his pillow tonight. The Audi Quattro Cup comes to an end. I hope you enjoyed it. Powered by Salzburger land. Mine has been Gary Preston. Take care and look after yourselves. The winner is Werder Bremen.
Thank you, Gary. It's been a real pleasure throughout the tournament to hear your commentary. And down here with me still pitch side is Stefan. We can see the players starting to come off the pitch now. And what an incredible tournament it's been. For the fact it's been in pre-season, the first time the Quattro Cups ever come, and they've attracted teams from the best leagues, from La Liga, from the Bundesliga, from the Premier League, and also obviously from the Austrian League, the Austrian Bundesliga. How impressed have you been with it?
I'm really impressed. We saw 7 goals in the pre-season. I think that's unusual. And we saw a lot of chances, especially the first 2 games, a lot of chances to win the games. And I'm impressed because that's enjoyable for all the supporters and, of course, for all of us and for Red Bull TV, of course.
Of course, and a great taste for the season to come as well, a real good taste. And to see the new signings that we often talk about, we talk so many times about this transfer, that person's come in, and to see them like the likes of Anthony Ujo and Juan Mi for Southampton, to see those players in action before the season.
Yes, and that's what you want as a coach, and it's good to have match practice, be fit for the first game, and that's the focus for every coach. So I'm still surprised that we saw exciting games today.
Football never stops here on Red Bull TV. It might be the pre-season, but we've shown a fantastic tournament. My favourite bit, though, apart from the football, was your go of keepy uppy on a rugby ball. Thank you for doing that. It's been a real pleasure. Thanks so much for joining me throughout the tournament, and thanks for joining us at home as well. We'll hope to see you next year for the Audi Quattro Cup. Goodbye from Salzburg, Red Bull Arena.
Goodbye.